Good morning. I just want to establish if I am audible. Okay. All right. I was just being directed so that I know what is happening here. I just want to firstly establish if I am audible. All right. My name is Bakiso Lebone. I've been tasked to act as the head of department for Provincial Treasury. I think from my side, it is a privilege and honor to open this session. So my task for this morning is just to guide the first session. So I am not going to really waste your time, except to allow the host to welcome us in this special occasion. So I would like us to welcome our acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Motlalintwa or Setlalintwa, to come and really open for us. So can we just give her some round of applause?
To the Honorable MEC of Finance, Economic Development and Tourism, Ntate Magume, members of the Executive Council present, the Acting HOD for the Department of Treasury, Ntate Bakiso Lebone, the Executive and Senior Management Team of the Central University of Technology. I've noted quite a number of them in here. Distinguished representatives from government, from academia, from business, industry, and all other officials from the department. Esteemed guests, my colleagues and partners. I met partners, business partners from Nedbank and Standard Bank just before I walked in here this morning. A very good morning to you and all protocol observed. It is both a pleasure and profound honor for me to welcome everybody on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Pamela Dube, to this Provincial Research Colloquium hosted by our university, the Central University of Technology. And I'm sure you have seen a short video clip about what our university is all about. And suffice to mention, on the video clip, at the time when it was taken last year, we had 24 rated researchers. As of today, they are now 31, and with 8 awaiting approval by the NRF. On behalf of our university, allow me to express our deepest gratitude for your presence here today. It means a lot for us. The attendance of the Honorable Premier, of the Honorable MEC, Ntate Magume, and members of the Executive Council and also from the MMC, departmental officials and our broader community of stakeholders signify not only our commitment to the development of our province, but also the vital role you continue to play in championing the intersection of research, innovation, and public service. Your presence here today is not merely ceremonial. We are not just meeting here today for the sake of meeting, but it is clear affirmation of the importance of research-led development as a driver for inclusive economy recovery and long-term provincial growth. This colloquium is living testament to what is possible when government, academia, and private sector come together to solve the real-world problems, real-world challenges that we have. We are particularly heartened by the province's continued investment in this research initiative. This is not the first of its kind, but it's a sequel to the previous ones. The support and active involvement of stakeholders across sectors have enabled us to deepen our research impact, strengthen our collaboration networks, and also shape policies that are both evidence-based and future-oriented. I would like to extend a warm welcome to the executive and senior management of CUT who are here, to the presenters, to the panelists who will be leading today's discussions, and all delegates in attendance. Your willingness to share your expertise and contribute to this important dialogue is greatly appreciated. This year's theme is Towards an Inclusive Economy Recovery and Long-Term Growth, and it could not be more timely or more relevant because it aligns perfectly with the province's developmental agenda and our CUT's mission as a University of Technology to harness applied research, innovation, and for betterment of society. Over the course of this colloquium, we are going to engage with a range of presentations, touching on pressing sub-themes, including the role of technological innovation in driving sustainable economic growth, and the potential of smart agriculture and precision farming, the critical importance of agro-processing, and revitalizing our rural economics. We are especially proud that our own academics will also be contributing their voices, perspectives, and research outputs to this discourse. The conversations that will unfold today will not only generate theoretical insights, but also practical and implementable solutions. And we are therefore excited to see the birth of new ideas, collaborative partnerships. There'll be new partnerships formed today, and policy recommendations that will influence our path forward. To the Honorable MEC Ntate Makume, since CUT transitioned to a University of Technology in 2004, we have consistently set standards for research and innovation in the region. From pioneering work in additive manufacturing for personalized medical implants, I'm sure you have seen that on the short video clip, to groundbreaking developments in food security, biotechnology, and entrepreneurship education. CUT has continuously pushed the boundaries of what applied research can achieve. And our 7 research centers embedded within our 4 faculties provide fertile ground for dynamic inquiry, knowledge creation, and societal impact. And these 7 centers are not only incubators of innovation, but also engines of community empowerment. I'm sure you have also noted how our researchers in the Faculty of Health and Environmental Sciences were working closely with the traditional healers in Tabancho. Furthermore, our commitment to interrogating the relationship between technology and society is a defining feature of our scholarly identity. We are focused not only on developing cutting-edge technologies, but on ensuring their responsible integration into human systems and communities. And this speaks to our vision of being a university that is both technologically advanced and socially conscious. As we stand at the forefront of technological transformation, our university remains committed to being a leader in responsive, adaptive, and inclusive education and research. The advances we have made in the curriculum reform, in our teaching methods and learning outcomes reflect our belief in the power of integrated learning, where theory and practice go hand in hand. In conclusion, let me reiterate that this colloquium is not an end, but the continuation of an ongoing journey, one that we hope will yield actionable insights and sustainable outcomes for our province, the Free State. The success of our collective efforts today will help pave the way for economic renewal, institutional innovation, and deeper societal impact. We look forward to the keynote address by our Honorable MEC and to the robust discussions that will ensue and collaborations that will follow. Let this gathering inspire us to think boldly, act decisively, and collaborate meaningfully for the future that we all envision. With that said, thank you, ke a leboha. Kaya, thank you.
Can we just give another round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Prof. Arbatlu Senior. You were very vivid, especially the last part. I think it's very clear to everybody what is it that we want to do and how we would deal with that, as well as the issues relating to collaboration and sustainability of this program thereof. In terms of the program, we need to swiftly outline the key objectives of this research. Now, if we look at the purpose of the 2025 Research Colloquium, I think the primary objective of this 2025 Research Colloquium is to create a dynamic platform that mainly facilitate the following. One, sharing of impactful research finding by providing a space for the researchers to present their work. Also, to disseminate evidence-based results and also receive constructive feedback. You know, it is always nice when you have done the work and then you get a feedback. But sometimes you may not get a positive feedback. It may be a feedback that is actually preparing you, especially on the research. I'm sure we have all submitted our research and then our supervisors will then be saying, go back and correct. So you must take it positive. The other objective is just to exchange knowledge and best practices across different disciplines and sectors to strengthen the research ecosystem of the province. We've got AGSA here. They will talk about ecosystems. So now we are talking about the ecosystem of the research and the order. The other issue that we want to attain out of this, it is also to build the research capacity by bringing together the researchers from diverse institutions and sectors, thereby fostering meaningful collaboration that advances the developmental agenda of the Free State province. As the professor has indicated, the theme cut across quite a number of areas that are impacting on our economy as the province. Further to that, we also want to promote the evidence-based practices that inform policy formulation, improve service delivery, and enhance good governance across a field. You know, in the environment that we operate, it is also not right when you are told that, no, put so much. Now the question is this research-based? Not everything will be research-based, but it is always nice and good when you make your decision based on something that is evidence-based. So this will also assist us greatly in terms of making an informed decision. The other objective is just to emphasize on policy-driven research that provides effective policy prescriptions, support evidence information decision-making, and guide practical implementation of our strategies. So I think, obviously, out of these objectives, we are also having the expected outcome. As Professor has indicated, we can't just have a research without really thinking forward about the expected outcome or output Now, what we are going to do in terms of the output, the colloquium is expected to produce the following outcome. Number one, there must be a comprehensive report highlighting key findings, insight, and recommendation with clear pointers for both short interventions as well as the long developmental gains. Hence, we are also having Office of the Premier that will be dealing with the Free State Growth and Development Strategy, Vision 2050. We will also be having a summarized version of the report, which should serve before the Free State Executive Council and other relevant stakeholders. The other thing that we will continue to do, we know that this is a provincial research colloquium. It is not the provincial treasury, but the Free State Provincial. We have a central repository of research output. The Office of the Premier is dealing with that. So we will continue to promote that so that we package this. We have that area where we can always go and say, but we want to make a decision on this particular issue. Let's go back to the research and see what is it that the people that are well educated are saying about this topic. Lastly, the initiation of long-term collaboration aimed at implementing selected research output and translating them into, I'm stealing from your own words, Prof, and then translating them into actionable policy and developmental program. So basically, that's what we want to do out of this. So we are done with the purpose, and then we have been welcomed. Now, I think, colleagues, it's that time wherein we will then give our Honorable MEC a big round of applause just to come and deliver his keynote address. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me pass my greetings to the varsity leadership led by the Acting Vice Chancellor to welcome us here in their institution. We really appreciate it. The relationship between the department and varsity comes just a far long way. And we appreciate the fact that every time we come knocking, you always open the door for us. So thanks very much for that opportunity, and thanks for the warmly, heartily welcome. Let me also pass my greetings to the colleagues who are present here from different institutions. I will have recognized some, but I just want to say the protocol that has been established so that I don't miss any one of you. All of you today, you are important in this gathering, so you are the VIP of the event. So please just know that I've passed to each and every one of you my greetings and regards. The Premier was supposed to be here today, but because there are also other national commitments and provincial commitments, he had to attend to other things. Myself also, there are portfolio committee accounting exercises that are being done in the province where I'm part of the MINMEC. So the Department Small Business Development is here. So they are also looking for me. So I'm going to officially open and then leave and rejoin you again after some time. So, Program Director, in my early days as I grew up, I was asked this question, what is research? And it was one exercise, difficult one, to respond to what is a research. But we managed to corner the person who asked us the question to give us an answer. And he says to us that research is a cornerstone of each and every development. Whether it's human development, whether it's science, it's economy, but that's the cornerstone. And everything that we do in life must be centered around research. Then he make a number of examples, and some I see them today in real life. That, these ones, they did not research, that is why they are doing this thing. There are teams that you can see that when there's trouble, soccer team will do, I've not even mentioned the names. It will do other things that you'll see that as and when they try to resolve their problem, there was no research. But including leadership, there are times when we look at the core of leadership and say, hey, Matot, is this kind of the resolution or solution that this guy is coming up with at this point when we have a particular crisis or a problem or a challenge? So you could then started to realize at the age where I am now that I now understand that you can't have a problem with the wheels of the car and focus on the engine. So some mechanical engineer, they do that thing. They go to your car as if they are going to fix it, and then they leave your car even at the worst stage because there was no proper research. So the problems, the challenges in our country, in our province today, partly they are not being resolved in as much as we have wanted them to be resolved because we don't put much of the research. Today when I woke up, in one of the WhatsApp group, there was a discussion about the helium gas. And one guy was saying, this thing, it is said to be there, it is not there. Because you guys did not put a research on the work. And the worst thing is that we have put some efforts, we have put some resources to say, no, there's a helium gas, Free State, we have discovered this. And so that guy says, aye, that thing is not there. Go and research properly. So it tells you about the importance of the research. But answer Kihola HOD, my granny used to say to me, the table has 4 legs. The donkey has 4 legs. A person who did not research will think that a table is a donkey and a donkey is a table. And this person will want to utilize a donkey for a table and a table for a donkey. He says to me, it is people who use more often into the problems, common sense. So she was saying to me, there's nothing like common sense. Common sense does not exist. You need to research, you need to analyze and come up with solutions. So that's how I understood your platform today, that we are going to be involved in the research because we don't want the application of common sense, but also we don't want to fix the things that they don't need to be fixed. We really need to fix things that needs to be fixed. So, Ndatemadun, when that Orlando Pirates coach started to fix things that were not supposed to be fixed, Pirates lost 2 games consecutively in the league. When you had a problem as Kaizer Chiefs, you expel Nabi. That was not the problem. The problem is the player. That is why we are still losing today. So we are not going to fix things that we are not supposed to fix. We really need to focus on the things that we need to fix. Let me begin by expressing our profound appreciation for your continued partnership and an unwavering support. Many of you were here last year when we were discussing the same issues that we are going to raise today. And I made a serious concern, or I raised a serious concern even at that time, that the research must also result into action. It can't just be researches. There has to be we need to action them. We have researched, we have found that here's the problem, here's the challenge. Let's put them into action. And I think that's the focus. We must focus on, now that we have researched and we have now analyzed everything, we have came up with what could have been the cause of the problem. Now, how do we action the solution so that at least whatever the problem is, we're able to resolve it? Your commitment to working hand in hand with the Free State government has been instrumental in ensuring the consistent success of this prestigious research colloquium. Over the years, this partnership has demonstrated the power of collaboration between academia, the private sector, the financial sector, and government in shaping evidence-based policy and driving sustainable development. The only way we can get that sustainable development is when we have put some efforts and energies to ensure that we get qualitative research. Today marks a significant milestone as we host the 8th Free State Research Colloquium. So one person outside there will say, in the past 8 years, what has this other research colloquium having achieved? So I think today we must be able to respond to that. We have researched for the past 8 years. These have been part of what we have researched. What is it that we have achieved as a colloquium? Because we can also be a colloquium that is not action-based and that is not having some outcome or outputs to show to the world that this is what we have researched and these are the results and the positive science or actions that came out as of the remarkable achievement of the researchers. A remarkable achievement that underscores our collective dedication to promoting a culture of inquiry, innovation, and knowledge sharing in the province. I think this one is important also because we can also work in silos. Irrespective of who you are or you think you are better than any one of us, we are forced by the nature of the problem that are facing our province to work in collaboration and share experiences, something that the acting HOD raised as the program director here, that part of our program today is to begin to share the knowledge on what we have. You can't want to shine as a financial institution, but you don't have a government that is shining, because all of us, we need to shine so that we are able to serve our people. So the same applies to private sector and the same applies to varsities. So that is why it is important that we need this knowledge sharing platform where we can be able to share all these things. For 8 consecutive years, this platform has served as a beacon of intellectual exchange, providing opportunities for students, scholars, and practitioners to present research that is not only rigorous in its methodology, but also responsive to the developmental challenges we face today. So ours here being together, part of our agenda is to begin to say, what are these challenges that we are facing today and how best we can resolve them? Through this colloquium, we have created space where ideas meet action, where research informs policy, and where innovation fuels service delivery improvement. One of the key challenges that government is facing today is the whole issue of service delivery. I was even trying to introduce something in government. I said, why do we call it a delivery? Because we are now turning our people into people who are just expecting something because we are going to deliver. Let's try to come up with some concepts that will show that our people must have a buy-in in what government is doing, so that the whole issue of the development in relation to service provision, it's having everyone buying into it and helping us. So the colloquium must also help us on what is it that we can call other than service delivery. Because once you are waiting for delivery, you just wait and do nothing. And you ask yourself why people are not paying services, because they know that services will be delivered whether I pay or not, including some of us here who are not paying services. Because we know that services do not go on that. Because we are expecting delivery. So any other thing that we do, we must now think outside the boxes. How do we conceptualize this thing? Do we really need a government that is delivering or a government that is developmental that includes our people? Particularly in relation to the 7 administration priorities, one of them being an inclusive economic growth, which takes everyone on board to be involved. The 7 administration has entered a decisive phase guided by the 2024-2029 medium-term developmental plan, which seeks to accelerate the implementation of the Free State growth and developmental strategy and align it with the broader national priorities of the National Development Plan of 2030. I think we are left now with 5 years to get to 2020. And really, if we can make our own reflections, you will have realized that we have not even went halfway of the goals that we have set for ourselves for 2020 plan. So it tells us more about what is it that we need to do and what is it that we really lag behind from. The MDTP identifies 3 overarching priorities. 1, the inclusive economic growth and job creation. This is one important goal that we wanted to take it, and it becomes one of our daily activities. Secondly, is the reduction of poverty and tackling the high cost of living. This is one point that we have made. But you can tell from the decisions that we are taking that somehow, there's no relationship between what we have said we want to achieve and what we are pronouncing on the other hand. One of the examples is that the high cost of living continues to rise, despite the fact that we wanted to say we're going to decline it or we're going to tackle it to get to a point where it is affordable even to everyone. I mean, the hike in electricity, the hike in the fuel prices, the hike in the basic foodstuffs tells you more about tackling the high cost of living vis-a-vis what we are implementing practically. So these are some of the things that the Colloquium must help us to resolve. But lastly, to build a capable, ethical and developmental state. I think last year I emphasized more on this particular subject because it was in a year that we were just being from the elections, that we really need to build a developmental, ethical state. Whatever that we can say and do, if our people have lost trust because of unethical issues, we are not going to win them over to become part or to become partnership of the development that we want to see happening. But what we need to do is to ensure that we build an ethical developmental state. An ethical developmental state, it also means that the leadership that is not in the public for wrong reasons, the leadership that is not in the public for wrong reasons, I want to emphasize this thing because more often than what we see in the media and social platforms, it is the leadership in our country that is there for wrong reasons. Whether it's leadership at SAFA, whether it's leadership at government, whether it's leadership at the banks, whether it's leadership at private sector, whether it's leadership in churches, you always find that there's something wrong that is unethical that is happening in relation to the sphere of life in those areas. So if we want to win our people over to get everything done and have their partnership in supporting whatever that we are trying to do to help them, we really need to deal with the capable, ethical, and developmental state. So it's something that we must build. It is therefore fitting that the 2025 Provincial Research Colloquium is anchored on the theme that resonates deeply with the strategic imperatives. Our focus and research-driven development is not merely an academic exercise. It is a call to action. It is a call to action to all knowledge institutions, researchers and policymakers to contribute towards a more inclusive, resilient and prosperous Free State. We are intentional about building a province where economic growth translates into tangible benefits for ordinary citizens, where innovation supports small enterprises, and where data and research guide every policy choice we make. Colleagues and guests, as we look ahead to the presentations over the next 2 days, I'm greatly encouraged by the depth and the diversity of the research to be shared today and tomorrow, with nearly 15 presenters showcasing studies that range from the economic diversification and the youth entrepreneurship to climate adaptation, smart agriculture, and physical sustainability. I am confident that this colloquium will generate actionable insights to ignite our provincial economy, inspire innovative policy, and promote sustainable job creation. Let us use this platform to strengthen the bridge between knowledge and implementation. And I was just sharing with the MMC there that I think where we are lacking for the past 8 years is just to do that, translate all what we have researched into implementable actions and programs. We have done these things, we have researched. What is the implementation on the ground? Last year we were talking about how are we going to close the potholes and what. Have we closed the potholes? Just here in Bloemfontein, we have agreed on those things. So these are some of the things that we really need to talk about. We have also talked about the initiatives where we'll start to get the SMME into some programs where they've got their own literacy program in relation to non-financial and financial support. Have we done it? Have we really done it together with the institutions? If the answer is no, it means we have been lacking just to close that bridge between knowledge and implementation. To ensure that all that the excellent research produced within our institutions find expression in government policy, in community empowerment, in financial and private sector investment. So whatever that we are going to research, I was arguing with the banks last time when I was with the Premier. I said, is the issue of collateral not really depressing our SMMEs? The reality is that banks will want the collateral for them to give some certain loans or support to SMME. But the same collateral, it becomes a disadvantage for SMME, because some of the SMME, they are just so low that they don't even have anything to showcase, but they really need that financial support. So we really need to work hard together with financial institutions to look at this thing. The private sector, your value chain in relation to tendering system, is it really empowering our SMMEs? So these are some of the questions that you must be able to give answers in this colloquium and help us to find solutions. In conclusion, Program Director, as we deliberate and reflect over the coming 2 days, let us remain guided by the shared vision of the Free State that thrives on knowledge, innovation, and integrity. Let us continue to make this colloquium not just a space for dialogue, but a catalyst for transformation and progress. Together we can harness the power of research and unlock opportunities to drive socio-economic renewal and build a future that leaves no one behind. Thank you so much.
All right. No, thank you once more. Can we just give the Honorable MEC another round of applause? Now, Honorable MEC, thank you so much for ensuring that you set the scene and you give us marching orders and also to reflect on the work that we have been undertaking over the years, as well as the actions. I know, Honorable MEC, the Free State government, together with CUT, they have also done some work with regard to the potholes in various towns as part of the innovation. So, but I believe that there's still a lot that we need to really do and ensure that we follow through with some of our recommendations. Now, having said that, we have Ntate Isaac Matseho in our midst. Ntate Matseho is a well-known a person, I think, in our provincial government. Just a brief bio of Ntate Matseho. He's a senior economist at Nedbank. He holds MCOM with the University of Cape Town. He is a researcher that focuses on the economy of South Africa and other African countries where Nedbank operates. Now, ladies and gentlemen, can you kindly join me and give him a very warm round of applause as our guest speaker. Over to you, Ntate Matseho. maybe before we allow Ntate Matshego to deliver his speech, I think it's also befitting that we also acknowledge our colleagues that have joined us online. We are very delighted that you have joined us in that particular fashion. So you will also be more than welcome to pose questions. We will guide that process as time goes by. So we really want to thank you for joining us. So we have roughly, Honorable MEC, 25 colleagues that have joined us online. Over to you, sir.
Sure. Thank you very much and good morning. I hope you can all hear me. Always a pleasure to be down here in the Free State. But, you know, when we landed this morning and I felt the very cold winter, I asked myself, has this place not got the memo that South Africa is supposed to be in spring? But then I remembered that it is the Free State. We're going to talk about inclusive growth and long-term growth. And the MEC touched on that a bit. The National Development Plan 2030. I remember when it was released in 2012 by the National Planning Commission. And you will recall that at that time, the National Planning Commission was chaired by Trevor Manuel and Cyril Ramaphosa. So we can, with confidence, say that, you know, the objectives or the challenges that we have to achieve as a country are known right at the top, i.e. in the highest office in the land. And we need to boost our economic growth to be able to create jobs. I remember when the NDP was released, the target was to boost economic growth to just over 5% a year. But unfortunately, we haven't done so well since then. When I try to, okay, so we're moving a bit fast there. The first chart there shows us our growth rate since 1994. And you can see that it was in the period, the 10-year period in the 2000s, when we achieved a growth rate of close to 5%. That is where we need to go. And then after that, you know, after hosting the World Cup in 2010, our economic growth weakened to an average of about 1.5 a year, but it was falling to an extent that by the time COVID hit in 2019, our economy was almost stagnating, growing by only 0.2%. And in the second chart, the red line there shows where we are relative to COVID. You know, the black dot there shows us where we were during COVID. Here, that's 2019. That's the size of the economy. We did recover back to our pre-COVID level, i.e. 2019 level, by the middle of 2022. And then we've picked up a bit. We're not too far off from where we were before COVID. So the challenges are quite clear in South Africa. We have to ensure that the pattern of economic growth is inclusive. The key objectives of the National Development Plan, when it was released in 2012, were to eradicate poverty, reduce income inequalities by boosting incomes. How do we boost incomes? We create jobs. Boost incomes and improve the income distribution, because that's very key. South Africa, for a long time, we've been known as the most unequal society in the world because our income distribution is skewed towards the high income earners. And how do we address that as a country? The National Development Plan stressed that skills development has to happen, education, training, research. That's got to happen. And that's how people will be upskilled to be ready for economic opportunities. So inclusive growth is very key. And I like the research of a number of professors across the world. Here I'm just showing what's been happening to our economy in 2025. The key drivers. We've seen agriculture and mining improving after very weak performances in 2024 and late 2023. Agriculture and mining, because they're very key to the Free State. But we've seen that improvement. These are old economy industries. I'll talk about that. But they're still very, very key to our pattern of growth. We must base our programs on our old economy industries because they are very, very key. We'll talk about that. But let's look at inclusive growth. Why inclusive growth? A few codes. One of the researchers I like is a Harvard University professor, Danny Roderick. He's done a lot of research on the South African economy. And he's looked at the type of development that South Africa had before 1994 and after 1994. In one of his papers, he says one of the biggest challenges that countries face today is the very unequal distribution of opportunities, resources, income, and wealth across people. So inclusive growth means there must be at least something equal to fair distribution of income. And there must be opportunities for all people. The International Monetary Fund stresses that making the economic pie bigger and sharing the benefits more widely is inclusive growth. And what does inclusive growth involve? Wealth creation, economic freedom, and equal opportunity should coexist. So they are not mutually exclusive, i.e., they don't happen while opposing one another. Wealth creation, economic freedom, and equal opportunity go together. They should coexist. Again, I'll go back to Professor Danny Roderick. One of his papers was looking at economic freedom and economic outcomes. And South Africa was one of the countries he looked at. And basically the conclusion of that paper is that South Africa has achieved better economic outcomes under a democratic system. So there are opportunities. So we have to build on that. We have to take advantage of this platform that we have laid under, for instance, the National Development Plan. So many plans. I remember back then in 2010, the National Planning Commission, again still chaired by former Minister of Finance, Trevor Manuel, and the current President, Cyril Ramaphosa. In 2010, it released the New Growth Path, that document. And it was laying the foundation for the National Development Plan. The objectives are the same. The New Growth Path stressed that inclusive economic growth has to drive our development model. It's got to be the key objective of our development model. And then came in 2012, 2 years later, the National Development Plan. Reduce unemployment, i.e. create jobs. Unfortunately, as a country, we've got a huge challenge there. We haven't done so well. At that time, the national unemployment rate was 24%, and the objective was to reduce it to 12% by 2020 and to 6% by 2030. We have regressed due to unfortunate economic shocks, both from the local front and from the offshore, i.e. internationally, and at the moment we're talking about an unemployment rate of around 32%. So that is the challenge that we face. We need, as a country, to drive that model of development that is going to promote inclusive growth. And inclusive growth, again, was in the Industrial Policy Action Plan. That was a plan that was within the National Development Plan and listed 10 industrial sectors that had to drive the economy. Agro-processing, textiles and apparel manufacturing, plastics manufacturing, logistics, and aeronautical, all those sectors, 10 of them. And inclusive growth has to focus on that. I talked earlier about, old economy industries and new economy industries. Where does the opportunity lie for the Free State? What I like about the Free State is not only because it's central geographically, but also when it comes to the economy. You see the Free State right being in the middle. Everything happens in the Free State. The only thing, of course, will be the ocean economy not happening here. But when you look at our provinces, economic activity, everything happens here. Gone are the days when the Free State used to be that economy, which was a transit economy, i.e. people spent money in the Free State when they were in transit, passing through the Free State. The Free State now is key, quite key, particularly to a new economy industry I like, which is renewable energy generation. We chatted about that a lot. We discussed that a lot last year when the theme of this colloquium was infrastructure development. But the old economy industries, agriculture and agro-processing. Right now, as a country, we're facing some very serious headwinds from offshore, particularly from the United States, with the country being slapped with a 30% import tariff by the United States, and that hitting our agricultural sector, particularly the citrus exporters in the Western Cape, and also our car industry. So that we've got to embrace that challenge. What does it mean? We've got to grow our other agricultural sectors because we've got massive markets that we can access out there, particularly the BRICS countries. China and India combined have got 2.5 billion people who need food. And those countries need to import food, particularly processed foods. That is a massive opportunity for South Africa. So we cannot discard our agricultural sector. Very key for inclusive growth. Agriculture employs largely unskilled to semi-skilled people. And that is where we can focus to help reduce the unemployment rate, particularly in the rural economies. Mining and mineral beneficiation, very key. Going back to the National Development Plan, that was a key sector. South Africa, for a very long time, was exporting unprocessed minerals. We need to build that capacity to boost growth and help diversify our economy. Manufacturing, again, huge potential across all sectors. transport and logistics. We remain the gateway to Southern Africa. Once we get our ports and our rail system working and we expand that, that will be very key. Tourism, a very beautiful, unique country, that is very key. Now I want to talk about the new economy industries. I'll come back to renewable energy. Let's talk about the technology-based consumer services. Technology is changing our lives. I mean, I like the video clip from the university, how the university is embracing technology to make advances in medical research, for instance. That is great. And now consumers, even in the traditional townships, consumers have embraced technology, and I see there an opportunity to grow sectors that we don't know or don't exist right now. I can't avoid talking about artificial intelligence because, when we just talk to people and read a lot of research, there's this big fear that AI is going to kill jobs. But I don't believe that. Looking back at, how humanity has embraced technology, we can see that technology has helped to improve lives. AI will help to not only make our jobs better, but to also create new jobs. It is said that some researchers, and there's strong evidence that half of the jobs that will be done 30 years from now are not known today. We don't know them. They don't exist. Technology is going to help with the creation of those jobs. So we must embrace technology. But of course, there are limits to embracing technology. I like watching the US and all that and what, Donald Trump is doing in the US, arresting Mexicans and Colombians and all that who are doing, what we can refer to as the menial jobs. For instance, they work in pizza restaurants and all that. They are delivery guys and all that. So Trump is deporting them because, one joke goes that, because in America now they're starting to use drones to deliver pizzas. And I say, that's not going to work in South Africa, at least in Joburg. Because you know why? It's not going to be the people. It's going to be the birds. Birds are very clever in Joburg. Very soon they'll figure out that that's a drone, it's not a human being, and there's food inside that box. And the birds will steal that pizza. The drone will arrive where it's going. But the box will be empty because the birds would have done their job. So those jobs, those basically it says some jobs will not go. Some jobs will just be, the service will be better, more efficient, and all that. So we must embrace technology as a developing economy. I'm stressing this because there's this big fear that technology is going to take away jobs that require low skills. I don't believe that. When you research in South Africa, you'll already see that people are using their cell phones to order from the supermarkets, our traditional supermarkets, and they're delivery guys. Those are the jobs that are being created by technology. And we got to embrace that. Business-to-business services in big cities and small towns. That's going to really help. Now, the one that I like for the Free State is renewable energy. South Africa is on this massive renewable energy drive. Massive investments happening. The transmission network is being developed. And all of it goes through the Free State. We talked about this in detail last year. And the Free State is in a great position to benefit from the development of the renewable energy sector as we diversify our energy mix in the country. So, in a nutshell, as a country, we are in a great position to improve our economic growth outcomes and move more towards more inclusive growth, because we can develop all sectors, we can embrace technology, and that will help to make our economic outcomes more inclusive. Thank you very much.
Whilst she's busy dealing with what she ought to deal with, thank you very much, Ntate Matshego. Can we just give a last round of applause? I know we are keen to engage, but for now, it is not that time. Please make sure that you jot those pertinent questions that you like to engage and Ntate Matshego on. So, without really wasting time, colleagues, I know one of our guest speaker has not yet arrived, if I'm correct, Tina Mahlame. All right. Now, that is not a problem. That is not a problem because yeah. All right, I was just getting some clear directives. So I was just indicating that that can never be a problem because a wise man always changes his mind and everything. So what we will do, we will go to the next. We will now be taking a presentation, a joint presentation from Ntate Ernest Mahlahlo, who is currently the HOD for the Department of Health, alongside Professor Ngoi. But before that, let me do this. The question is, who is Mr. Mahlahlo? I'm sure we want to have that background around Mr. Mahlahlo. I have just a brief bio of Ntate Mahlahlo, starting with the educational background. Mr. Mahlahlo holds post-grad diploma in project management, and then he obtained cum laude with the University of Stellenbosch. Mr. Mahlahlo also holds a Masters of Business Administration, MBA, with the University of the Free State. Mr. Mahlahlo also has a BCom honors, focusing on financial accounting with the University of the Free State. So apart from that, he also has some of the certificates, but in terms of the professional background, Ntate Mahlahlo He has worked with quite a number of the departments. Currently, as I've indicated, he is the head of the department for the second largest department in the province, the Department of Health. But prior to that, he was the HOD for the Free State Provincial Treasury. He was also the HOD for Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And then prior to that, he was also working in the local government sphere. He worked for Mangaung Metro. He also worked in the Fezile Dabi and Maluti Apofu. But before that, he was in the Price Waterhouse Coopers. So, colleagues, I know I will read almost the whole day. In terms of some of attainments, he has quite a number of things that he has attained from academic as well as a professional environment. So, without really wasting time, colleagues, can you join me as I welcome on stage Ntate Ernest Mhlahlo. I will come to you, Prof. All right. Colleagues, let me equally so welcome Professor Ngoi, who is heading a faculty of engineering, built environment, and information technology. In terms of his key role, I'm sure we all know him because he was also a vice chancellor, deputy. He was also the deputy vice chancellor for this university. We have been working with him for quite some time, specifically on the research. So if you look at his main role is around the research, specifically focusing on infrastructure as well as AI in agriculture, health, education, as well as to strengthen links with the industry. So, colleagues, let's just also welcome Prof. Now, they are going to deliver. They are going to deliver a paper that is titled "Strategic Technological Modernization for Inclusive Growth: An AI-driven framework for healthcare infrastructure resilience in the Free State." I'm sure here, Prof, that's where we'll see research, ecopanale, activity, action. So I know there's work that they've done. So we are really keen to know how did they put it in practice. So I'm not sure, HOD Mhlahlo, whether I'll start with you or Prof. Prof, I'm going to then hand over to you. Colleagues, let's just give him a round of applause once more.
Okay, thank you, Director of Ceremony, who also happens to be the HOD of Treasury. In absentia, I would like to acknowledge the Premier and the MEC for Treasury, who is normally the host of this colloquium. And I would like to recognize everybody who is here, especially the keynote speaker and the rest of the people from the government and the CUT. Good morning to you all. Good morning. Okay, I just want to correct the Director of Ceremony when he said that I'm the Dean of the Faculty. My role actually is Professor Emeritus in the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and Information Technology. My main role is to lead in research and mentor the newcomers who come to the industry. So the reason I'm starting here, before we talk about the this topic, I just want to give a little bit of a background. 6 years ago, to be precise, in November 2019, the Free State Provincial Government and the CUT hosted the first summit on Fourth Industrial Revolution. That summit was attended by a number of people, over 1,000 people. And one of the issues which arose out of that summit was how can Free State Province drive artificial intelligence. There are many other things which came in, but that particular one is what I want to talk about. After that summit, it was then agreed that the provincial government, CUT, and Microsoft launch a program which is called Artificial Intelligence University Program to train people on the skills of artificial intelligence. And not the university people, but everybody. When they come to people in the village, people, common person, to demystify artificial intelligence. That program has run now for almost 3 years, and we commend the support from the provincial government. Then fast forward 3 years after, that is in July 2022, CUT again with the provincial government hosted the second summit on 4R summit. And one of the key elements which came out of that summit is a promise by the then Minister of Digital Communication, promised that CUT should have a hub for artificial intelligence. And true to that promise, that the hub was established last year. So now, to have a hub of artificial intelligence at the university is very important then, that it tackles real issues in the province. So one of the things which now we are looking at is smart agriculture and digital health. So now, when you see this presentation here, please understand that it's not an ad hoc topic which is put in place. It's something which started already 6 years ago, and we are now giving it a face. We want to show that the problems we have in the Free State, especially in health, we can use artificial intelligence in order to elevate them. So with that one then, I would like to ask my colleague, the HOD for Department of Health, who are working very closely together to make the presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Let me also greet the colleagues who are here, the leadership of the university, the leadership of the province, invited guests. I think Prof has highlighted the background and also gave a bit of an entry into the topic that we are going to deal with. So I will take from what the MEC said in the morning when he said he wants to see how we are putting some of this research into practice. And I think this is one of the projects where we are able to demonstrate that some of the work that came out of this forum is being put into action. Now, last year's theme was around infrastructure development, and we then worked from that perspective in relation to drawing the link between infrastructure, investment, and economy, focusing on the province of the Free State. And we are saying that there is a positive correlation between development or investment in health and the growth of the provincial economy. And we are highlighting 3 points in support of this linkage. The first one is that a healthy population is a productive population. And I think that one is straightforward. But we are also saying efficient public health expenditure is not a cost. Efficient health expenditure is not a cost, but it's an investment in human capital and economic resilience. So I will come back to this later on in the presentation. But we are also saying one of the findings of the work that has been done over the years is that lack of investment in maintenance is a critical barrier to achieving inclusive economic recovery. And we'll also demonstrate that point later on. So when you look at the aim of the work that was done, our main aim is to demonstrate that modernizing infrastructure management is a catalyst for economic growth. And you will see that our work is substantially premised on the computerized maintenance management system that is also having an element of agentic AI that will ensure that we reduce waste, that will ensure that we achieve fiscal sustainability, we optimize the use of resources, and we build resilient health system. And this will then directly translate into inclusive economic growth. So when we talk about agentic artificial intelligence, we are saying that in the public health system, we are looking at interventions that will ensure that the work that is done with limited or no human intervention for efficiency, because that is one of our aims as a Department of Health. Now, we have this roadmap that we have decided to put as one of the slides just to show our roadmap towards achieving the vision that we are talking about together with the Central University of Technology. So our current status is that in as far as maintenance of hospitals and clinics is concerned, is that our system is under strain at the moment. When you look at the theaters that we have, and I will make an example, when you go to, AG is here, I must mind my words, let me leave it. But in any event, Ntate Odo has already sent me few material irregularity findings, wherein one of the findings, he said in this hospital in Harib, over the since 1997, the theater has not been functional. It's a finding that it's actually not a finding, it's a material irregularity, it's quite serious. When you look at Boitumelo Hospital in Kronstadt, there are 5 theaters. Only 2 are functional. And as a result, most of the patients will then be transported from Kronstadt to Pilinomi and Universitas, thereby creating a bottleneck of services in Pilinomi. When you look at the same hospital, Boitumelo Hospital, there's an ICU that was built 10 years ago as part of the revitalization of the hospital with new equipment. Up until today, it's not functional. It was never commissioned. So our research went into analyzing the root causes of some of this. Obviously, some would be the fact that we have not commissioned infrastructure that we have installed in these facilities. But secondary to that is the fact that we are not investing in maintenance. So our vision, together with the Central University of Technology, is that in as far as maintenance is concerned, we want to have healthcare system that is proactive, that is predictive, and that is strategic. And we believe that the solution to this lies on the computerized maintenance management system with an element of AI architecture. So, because when you look at the AI agents that we will deploy, they will be able to collect information, transmit this information into actions, and feed, the maintenance platform, feed the supply chain, value chain, the financial aspects, and then translate into us, implementing maintenance program. So that is basically the whole strategy. Now, the strategy is also aligned to the Free State Department of Health goals. And there are 3 goals that we are looking at. One is, as you know, the Department of Health is preparing for the implementation of national health insurance. And with regards to that, it requires that healthcare system must be able to provide information that is auditable, that is efficient, and that and our infrastructure is of high quality. So when you look at the element of AI, you will see that it's more, technologically driven, and that is an advantage because it is going to be able to assist us with collecting of the data. It can be data that you install or populate when you buy X-ray machine. You populate information about maintenance, and as the machine is functioning on daily basis, it will collect information that will inform you of the future needs of this machine, such that it continues to give you the services or it continues to be efficient. So that is what national health insurance is about. But the second element is around universal coverage, where we should deploy solutions that will reach the whole province, whether it is urban, whether it is in Thabo Mofusanyana, in Friede. We should be able to have information for decision making in our fingertips. But the actual outcome of all this is to achieve a long and healthy life. And obviously, it is impossible for us to achieve this without having reliable equipment and without having, safe facilities. So our thesis is premised on converting Treasury, because Treasury is here. Converting Department of Treasury to say, in their thinking, of course, that when you look at the Department of Health and you look at infrastructure investment, you must not see it as a cost center. You must really see it as an enabler to economic growth. So that's the message that we want to leave with our colleagues. Now, we have, decided that we should put this slide to indicate where we are at the moment in relation to some of these issues that I spoke about. So we are in what we call a cycle of crisis management at the moment, because we are not fully or adequately funded as health. We have major service disruptions, and we have equipment failure. And all this, especially the fact that we are not investing in our assets, is leading to a point where most of our facilities are dilapidated, thereby creating security risk and theft. And when you look at our equipment, especially at tertiary care level, they are aging because we are not able to invest in renewal of these assets over and extend the useful life. But when you look at our processes as well, they are fragmented, they are mainly manual, and they are not assisting us in decision making. But the impact of all this is long downtime. I mean, when one of the equipment is not working in theater, the whole theater cannot be used for operations. It could be one machine, but the impact thereof will affect many lives. But we also have instances where we keep some of the parts that are required for maintenance. We are always faced with stock outs, but the ultimate result of that is that we are not compliant in our facilities. So we have decided to put these challenges into 4 pillars. The first one being the fact that we are not well funded, or we see health investment as a cost center, not as an investment area. But we are also, like I said, operational in nature. We focus heavily on paper-based, processes. We are also reactive all the time in terms of our plans. But we are also not having, centralized system that has collected data that we need for decision making. And I know that I'm emphasizing this point more than enough, but the issue of maintenance must never be viewed as a cost center, but it is a strategic clinical function. Now, the ground truth here is a slide that tries to mirror what is happening on the ground. And we have decided to use 3 hospitals in various districts. One is Kroonstad, where we have Bloemfontein Hospital. That hospital has been under revitalization for the last 15 years. There is a contract which is called Contract 12. It has been running for years. It was meant to improve the facilities, but to date, that project has not been completed. You look at Universitas Hospital, and here we make an example of our MRI scans. If that scan is not working for one day, it is costing the department 150,000 a day. We know about Pilinomi, I will not go there. But it's a similar issue of a health facility that has been turned into a construction site for a number of years. And then you look at Mohau, which is a district hospital in Hopstad. It is completely isolated. And as a result of that geographical isolation, there are instances of security as well as lack of connectivity that is affecting reliable provision of services. So, what is the plan? Already, the Department of Health, together with the Central University of Technology, they have developed Provincial digital strategy for health. And it has a number of elements. Today, our focus is on the element of maintenance. Over the other, I think last year the focus was on making sure that we improve on collection of medicine, and whereby we decentralize the system of collection of medicine. But the other focus was for us to know and improve the waiting time in hospitals. So today I'm able to go into the dashboard and see in a particular hospital what is the waiting time per client, how long we take to service a client. So this were achieved, and they were premised on the digital strategy for health. Now, the key element to this strategy is to integrate the systems that are being used in the department. Can be finance, logistics, meaning our inventory where we keep our medicine, as well as our system that is driving information of patients. And remember, the issue about patient information is key, because this is where medical legal claims are coming from. As you know, we are sitting at about 5 billion of possible litigation on medical legal claims. So the solution is that we use AI because of its capabilities of providing accurate information that can be used within the workflow, whether it is inventory management, supply chain, maintenance. And this will provide us with real-time information that we need for decision making. And like I said, the focus today is on asset management, which is driven by computerized maintenance management system. So these are the core capabilities of this CMMS. The first thing is that it is a central asset registry where all the information about the asset is kept. And obviously, the benefit is that it eliminates data silos. It provides complete maintenance history of a particular asset. But it is also providing us with automated workflow management that will assist us to track or to create orders, to track orders, and to manage, the process until delivery, which will also then help us to reduce the turnaround time and improve accountability. But what is also important about this is that it will assist us with preventative scheduling, maintenance that is scheduled. And I will demonstrate this point. If you buy an MRI, you populate information about, so you put a device in the equipment itself, and you load the information about the use, about the maintenance of the device. When you use this device on daily basis, it is going to signal to you that in 6 months, we are going to need maintenance for the equipment. And these are the parts that are going to be required. And at the same time, it will then send that signal to those in maintenance to say, we need to have the following spare parts in stock to ensure that at a time when we have to go into maintenance, we have this stock available. But also what happens is that when you look at a theater, you can't use a theater when a bulb is not working, for example. And in order for a doctor who's in the theater to log a call, it is quite cumbersome at the moment. So what we envisage is that the doctor will be able to take a picture of a light bulb that is not functional, put it into the platform, and that information will go through the workflow up to maintenance. And then when the colleagues from maintenance come, they already have the diagnosis of the bulb to say, is it really the bulb that has died, or is it something else that has failed the light or the bulb? So this is how we are going to ensure that the turnaround time is reduced. Let me leave the rest. But what I have explained is basically in this flow chart where we are going to have sensors in our equipment. Some of the equipments are already built with these sensors. And unfortunately, because our environment is not friendly for the capabilities of these equipments, we are not able to utilize these equipments and to their optimum functionality. So yes, we are working with the university to develop the app that we are going to be using to ensure that this information flows within our system. But what is the ultimate goal is to ensure that we are fully compliant as the Department of Health from the maintenance perspective. So this is another example of how it will work, just to bring it back home. So if we have a clinic like Mamuhau, which is in the rural areas of the Free State, and we have a generator that must intervene when there is electricity, failure or blackout, we should have agents that will be able to tell us that this generator, because electricity is flowing, this generator will kick in when electricity fails. We should not wait for electricity to fail and expect the generator to kick in, but at a time the generator is not kicking in because of the fact that it is not ready to function. So the II will actually predict the failure. It will say, this is the generator. However, should electricity be affected, the generator will not kick in because you must have enough fuel inside the generator, but also there are parts that are failing within the generator that needs to be replaced. So that is what we are talking about when we say it must be predictive. It must be able to predict the future failure, which is a capability that we don't have at the moment. We should not have a situation where at a time when we want intervention, the intervention is not ready. So I think that is what this slide is trying to explain. But in a nutshell, we are saying that the AI will help us eliminate stockouts because we will know what we need in the future, but it will also assist us in terms of managing downtime. And like I said, the ultimate result is that we should have 100% preventative maintenance compliance. That is going to assist us with instant information that is auditable, with information that confirms that we are reducing the risk, and we are also eliminating administrative burden. So we are now in a stage of implementation. We are going to be rolling out this program, and we envisage that our pilot, phase for the computerized maintenance management system will run for a period of 18 months, but concurrently, we will then start with the implementation after 6 months, focusing on non-clinical, but basically it's actually clinical. It's equipment that is helping the doctors to perform, and the nurses and the professionals to perform their functions, which will obviously spread over the next 3 years. And then we will then obviously ensure that this is implemented throughout the province. So these are the barriers that we want to eliminate through this program. Obviously, it needs to be funded, and for that we are looking at diversified instruments of funding. We came to understand that the budget facility for infrastructure can also be able to assist us with equipment that we need for revitalization. I will make an example. Pilinomi and universities. At the moment, we need about 3 billion to refurbish both facilities to be compliant with national health insurance. And about 30% of that is equipment and ICT. So we need to look at diversified, instruments that will fund investment in infrastructure, but also in maintenance to ensure that our infrastructure can operate for long. We also need, skills that can be improved through training. And of course, the issue of change management is key, where we have to take our stakeholders along. So this will also be part of the process. Now, there are 4 areas that we will measure the success of this program. The first key performance indicator is that we anticipate that through this program, we will achieve over 95% of uptime, meaning that our equipment should be operational for over 95% of the time. But at the same time, we will also ensure that we reduce the mean time to repair by 50%. I don't know why Prof decided to call it mean time instead of average time. And then we also want to reduce the maintenance cost by 20%. Basically, what this means is that if you have preventative maintenance that is predicted, that we're able to predict in time, we are going to avoid costs as a result of failure that will affect other parts. So you can imagine if one part fails and we did not have the capability to detect that it will fail, it may affect other parts and therefore increase the cost of maintenance. So we are saying by just being able to predict and to be proactive, we are going to reduce about 20% of the cost of maintenance and achieve 100% of compliance. So these are the indicators that you will see in our annual plans. Now, we are saying that the time for transformation is now. The MEC has alluded to this fact. And on our side, as the Provincial Department of Health, we are looking at funding this project so that it can kick off the ground. We are going to establish a governance structure that is going to manage this and report and take accountability for the process. But the key message that we want to leave with all the delegates here is that we should not see investment in health as a cost center, but we should see it as an investment in people's life that will increase our GDP, that will sustain our economy. I thank you.
Another round of applause. I think maybe we need to take just 5-minute break, but before that, I've got a very important message that I must convey. Amongst ourselves, we have the Honorable MEC, MEC El-Sabi Rockman, who is currently heading the portfolio of agriculture and rural development. I need to indicate without any fear or favor that she's the one who pioneered this. We are here because we decided that her legacy will never die, and we will continue to ensure that we embrace research. I can give a good background in terms of how it started, but we don't have time for that. But Honorable MEC, we are really honored that you are here. Our MEC will rejoin us at around 2 o'clock. So can we just, maybe before we allow Old Mutual, just 5 minutes. I know we have been here for quite some time, or let me make it 10 minutes. By 11:10, can we please be back? Just 5 minutes, 10 minutes break, so that we can continue to keep momentum.
I'll be very much careful.
tapestry of time. In the tapestry of time, where dreams intertwine with destiny, there emerges a sanctuary of knowledge, a beacon of innovation. Welcome to the Central University of Technology, Free State, CUT, where 20 years of vision and dedication have forged a path of inspiration and brilliance. As the sun rises on this auspicious year of 2024, we stand at the threshold of possibility, gazing back at our journey and looking forward to the horizons yet to be explored. With hearts ablaze and minds alight, we celebrate 20 years of excellence and innovation since we became a University of Technology in 2004. We have achieved numerous social and technological innovations and developed 66,616 graduates into competent, responsible, and productive citizens. Together with our staff and partners, these graduates have been the backbone of many innovations at CUT. We continue to empower current students through entrepreneurship education to think creatively and approach challenges with innovation. This effort has proven successful, and we are proud of this new spirit of entrepreneurship. We have utilized our expertise in additive manufacturing, advanced product manufacturing, and food safety to develop a potential sustainable food supply and manufacturing capacity, especially for brewing. Various centers have been established to advance our knowledge in food sustainability, biotechnology, rapid prototyping, and manufacturing research foundation rated. As a leading university in 3D printing technology, we have changed the lives of ordinary people by producing customized medical implants. The Medical Device Additive Manufacturing Technology Demonstrator Project is making a significant impact by developing the local medical device industry and reducing the country's reliance on costly imported medical devices. The project has already positively impacted more than 2,500 patients. The project continues to grow. Our pioneering efforts in the medical field are truly inspiring and a testament to the power of innovation. Here are some noteworthy achievements. Our engineering students proved their excellence by winning the 2014 SASL Baja SAE competition, showcasing their remarkable ability to conceptualize real-world engineering projects. The Unit for Sustainable Water Environment was established in cooperation with local and international partners to address the ongoing water scarcity crisis. A new drug was discovered in 2016 to treat parasite-caused infections in aquatic animals, and the research was published in the prestigious scientific reports. Collaboration with traditional healers in Tabanchu assisted in integrating indigenous knowledge with modern medicine. A precision diesel system was launched to automate farmers' logbooks for tax-related finances. Our students built a solar car that competed globally in the SASL Solar Car Challenge. Our hotel school and agricultural farm offer top-notch training for our students, enabling them to succeed in their respective fields of hospitality and farming. Essential medical equipment was developed during the COVID-19 pandemic, such as 3D printed masks for non-invasive patient ventilation, hospital equipment, and sanitizers. Our investment in this technology helped us become the first institution in Africa to receive ISO 13485 certification for manufacturing medical devices. We have 12 photovoltaic solar arrays and 153.7 kilowatt peak solar plant, allowing students to learn about solar power terrain. Every thread we weave leaves an indelible mark on history. We celebrate this 20-year milestone and honor those who came before us. We stand on the shoulders of giants and make our mark, determined to pave the way for future generations. For 20 years, we have been thinking beyond, shaping the future and inspiring greatness. Our story is a testament to the power of perseverance, the beauty of innovation, and the boundless potential of the human spirit. We boldly look towards the future with unyielding confidence, knowing that the best is yet to come. We march forward with determination, knowing that together we are beginning a new chapter of CUT's journey. CUT, 20 years of thinking beyond.
Is it live? Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. Tate Macholo, can we all be seated and restart? But as we are about to welcome on stage Me Tina Mahlame, I just want to make this announcement. For the colleagues that are here, we have a Wi-Fi. I think maybe I must allow you to guide us properly, Megina, in terms of where colleagues can. Here is the message. All right, we do have a Wi-Fi here, wherein you can connect. The whole idea is that some of us, sometimes we are afraid to ask questions, and you find that the questions that we're going to pose are the most important questions. So if you don't want to physically ask a question, you can follow this so that you can join on the Wi-Fi, and then you'll then scan the code there, QR, so that you can register your name and also start posing the questions. You can already start with the questions from our guest speaker, and then the questions to Mr. Mhlahlo as well as Professor Ngoy. So without really wasting time, let me welcome Me Tina on stage from our Old Mutual. But before that, I need to do justice. Me Tina is the Business Development and Strategic Partnership Manager at Old Mutual, with 9 years of experience in SME development, commercial banking and business market. She specializes in unlocking capital for high potential businesses, cultivating strategic partnership, and advancing economic transformation. In terms of the educational background, Me Tina holds a postgrad diploma in business administration. She also obtained cum laude. I think we need to give her some round of applause there. From Mill Park Business School, and she also has an honors degree in economic science from the University of Witwatersrand. And then as for the rest, Me Tina, I will pause there that you are a dedicated development finance professional. You are also passionate about empowering entrepreneurs and delivering sustainable funding solutions for SMMEs. So can we then give her some round of applause, wherein she will then be dealing with business, or she's one of the guest speakers, but she will be looking at business development and strategic partnership. So, Me Tina, please come on stage. Let's just give her some round of applause.
That create jobs. At Masisizane, we empower your business for growth. Masisizane Fund is an initiative of Old Mutual and has been at the forefront of transforming the South African economy since 2007. Our vision is to drive economic growth and transformation in communities through supporting Black-owned SMEs that create jobs. We have deployed over 1 billion rand, supported 400 small businesses, and facilitated the creation of 13,000 jobs. Of those businesses, the majority are women and youth-owned. We are proud of our impact, but our journey has only begun. Our focus is on majority Black-owned businesses with a bias towards women, youth, and businesses led by those living with disabilities. At Masisizane, we believe in possibility. Whether in agriculture, retail, technology, or any other industry, we support businesses across all sectors to ensure inclusivity in the economy. We offer commercial and developmental funding of up to 20 million rand to help businesses grow and thrive in competitive markets. Our diverse funding instruments are designed to meet the unique needs of every SME, from contract financing and working capital to production loan facilities and asset financing. We don't just fund your business, we walk the journey with you. Our value-added service delivered through our expert panel of service providers covers a suite of non-financial and business development support activities, ranging from mentoring or coaching to facilitating access to markets, helping to turn your potential into success. We are committed to sustainable growth, assisting businesses even after funding them, ensuring long-term success for your business. Scan the QR code to learn more about how Masisizane Fund can support your business today.
Just stop sharing. Good morning, colleagues. Dumelang, Free Starter. Honorable Premier, everyone in the room, representatives from national and provincial departments, business leaders in the room, academia, I recognize you, I acknowledge you, and my colleagues from the Provincial Management Board, without whom I actually wouldn't be here to share this speech around Old Mutual. I think the colleagues have done quite a good one in terms of laying, of framing the challenge that is before us. But the most pertinent question around today's discussion, and maybe tomorrow as well, is a question of how do we build an economy that includes everyone? And that's essentially inclusivity, not just in Free State, but across South Africa as well. And right now, the question is not whether we will or will not grow. We will grow. We will recover. It's just a question of how and who benefits and how long can we make it last as well, because sustainability then becomes a very important part of this. Inclusive recovery means ensuring that growth reaches everyone, including the townships, the rural areas, the secluded areas, or the forgotten economies, the municipalities, and people who actually experience the economy on a day-to-day directly, who get affected more than we do, or more than anybody else who has leveled up or has now moved on up. Now, recovery alone is not enough, and I think we know that. We need resilience. We need it built on governance, on innovation, and strong partnerships. And that's why we have an ecosystem of different players in this room, which I really appreciate. Now, government or public sector in this instance, we look to it to actually provide an enabling environment. Academia to provide us with research or insights, right? And then we have our private sector contributing towards investment, and long-term execution of these investments and the projects and strategies that we have in place. Now, and that is why our approach at Old Mutual actually combines financial solutions with not just capital in certain instances, but capital and capacity building and ensuring that people have capability, right? Now, research and innovation are quite powerful tools. They help us move from good intention to say we have this idea to actually moving to execution and having measurable impact in terms of what we can achieve as a whole or as different parts coming together. Innovation is grounded on evidence. I really, really appreciated that presentation from the Department of Health. It was really grounded on research, deep research, where the groundwork was actually done. And I was actually very excited about that presentation as well. Is it my... Okay. Right, because then it helps to guide in terms of the economic decisions that we make or the social decisions that we make as well. And into that, the Old Mutual Financial Wellbeing Index shows that fewer than 1 in 3 South Africans feel financially secure. 1 in 3 South Africans. And yet, over 2/3 of people are eager to learn how do they manage their finances better. How do we create a relationship that is thriving with the money we have, the resources we have. And this insight actually informed our financial education program, which to date has reached over 1.5 million individuals, equipping citizens of South Africa across the different spectrums, rural areas, townships, and everywhere else, with financial confidence and the financial literacy that we need to thrive. Now, nowhere is inclusive growth more visible than in the township areas or in the rural areas. Because you can look at the North Ridge, I think I passed North Ridge on my way here, close to the mall, the elite side, right? But where you want to see inclusivity is around the township area, it's around the rural areas where this much needed support is required. And now through our Old Mutual SME Go, we have Old Mutual SME Go, which actually simplifies business compliance. It helps with business compliance and support that these businesses require. Now, when we look at the stats around the SMEs that we have, formal businesses that are trading, we've seen that a lot of businesses actually fail in their first 3 years. And it's mainly because they're not compliant. They don't know how to be compliant. So with this solution, we actually help businesses to become compliant, and we help the businesses to formalize easier and quicker as well. Right? Now, if you allow me to share a practical example from the video that we just saw, I'm not sure how many of us actually heard the video. It actually speaks to our Masisizane Fund, Old Mutual's Masisizane Fund, that is there to actually ensure there is enterprise development. So it supports businesses and it facilitates transformation in the mainstream business industry, right? And to date, we've actually seen the impact of supporting transformation, whether it's transformation, say, Tina going into a construction industry, which is mainly male-dominated. We know it to be male-dominated even today. Or industries like agro-processing, where it's capital-intensive and therefore it's occupied by blue-chip businesses or larger corporates. It's very difficult for smaller businesses to get in. And so with those figures that we actually represented there, the 1 billion that we've actually invested in these businesses, it represents the livelihoods that we sustained, the households that we supported, or the families that we supported, and the communities that we empowered and ensure that they have access to things that they typically would not have access to. But that inclusion means transformation through ownership as well, not just a number that's there, right? It's through ownership. And recently we've actually financed an acquisition of a manufacturing business. And we facilitated this transition to a black industrialist that went into the industry that is now supplying major hardware stores within this province of Free State. And with that, we've actually supported that business to retain the jobs that would have otherwise been lost if that business was closed. And that really speaks to some of the work we do in terms of unlocking value chains that actually reflect the diversity we have in our province and in our country as well. But for our collective role, or our collective efforts to materialize, we really need public sector to play a role in terms of policy, market access, and creating an enabling business environment. I was excited by that presentation as well, the strategy around digitizing healthcare. And I had questions around who is supplying that software, which small business or medium business is actually in that procurement value chain, because it's very important to ensure that we give access to market to these businesses, which is one of the things that they need. Financial solutions or financial services, the banks and Old Mutual and everyone else involved brings the access to capital. But to make sure that these businesses are sustainable, we need to ensure that we provide that access to market. And that's what I see in that set. Through the implementation, I see a lot of businesses actually being able to get access to markets that they don't have at the moment, or access to markets that allow their businesses to scale. All right. And now, as we work ahead, it's not just on the government or the public sector to actually carry this work forward. It's for each one of us to play a role in this, and however it looks, it's different. For each one of us, it's different. But for government to actually provide enabling policies and governance that removes the red tape that acts as a bottleneck to sustainability of these businesses, research and institutions of higher learning to generate that innovation and the knowledge we need to make sure that we make informed decisions, and the private sector to bring in the investment, the skills, and the implementation capacity. So I am in closing. I think our efforts are meaningful, or would be meaningful, if we approach this not as just a task, right? But we approach it as a task of inclusive recovery, where we're not just isolated actors, but we all come into a room like this. But we don't just have a discussion, but we have an action plan that follows this, and we hold each other accountable as ecosystem players. Because now inclusive recovery is not just a destination, it's a journey that we all walk together and we travel together. And when we align our purpose, and the partnership, that growth becomes not just possible, but it becomes sustainable and equitable as well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tina Mohlame. Another round of applause. We will traverse this road together, as we have indicated. Once more, let me take this opportunity to call upon Professor Said Oke on stage. Professor Said Oke is the Director Center for Sustainable Smart Cities, Civil Engineering Department, NRF-related researcher, as well as the recipient of Future Professor Program. He chairs CUT, Sustainability Development Working Group. He's also a member of Sustainability Development Solution of South Africa. Colleagues, can we just, before we do that, Ntate would be delivering his paper titled, What's the real price, unpacking the opportunity cost of Mangaung Airport Development Node. So this is one of the projects that has been on the pipelines for quite some time. So it will really be interesting to hear the opportunity cost that you will be unpacking around this project. Can we then give him a round of applause? I'm trying to negotiate in terms of time.
I think I should save time for you. This is our turf. You're welcome to CUT. This is our home. As my name has been pronounced, I'm Said Oke. I'm the director for Center for Sustainable Smart Cities. And as the center is one of those 7 to 8 centers we have in CUT that Professor Wendy talked about earlier. And I'll be speaking to you on the airport development node of Mangaung. And with me, I think he's not here, Entate George Maswabi, the General Manager of Planning in Mangaung. We've been working together for a long time. And I don't know, colleagues, have you seen this report before? Have you? And it's going to be very, very few people that will have seen this report. That is the culmination of about 3 years' work we did with the World Bank, with Mangaung municipality, you know. And it's sitting with the municipality currently, you know. And it's years of work on the airport development node and what was lacking and how do we take it forward from there, you know. It's one of those flagships that can assist us to get to that economic recovery that we've been talking about. But how do I get involved? That's Prof. Ngo is sitting there. It was in lockdown. I was in my house. We were all sitting at home working, you know. I just got this email from Prof. With the former VC that Mangaung needs this project for the metros in the country, you know, so that you have to also be part of the project, you know. And we've been working. I worked with them on the project. And we got trained with colleagues from Mangaung Municipality, by the World Bank, by the City Support Program, how to put together a pitch. Actually, what the National Treasury wanted was that for every municipality and the province in the country, when we are doing the next project, we should consider climate resilient project. Not just a project that we do, after a few years, climate change is going to affect it, you know. So every financing of project should have that inclusion of the climate resilient project. That was how I got involved, to come from the climate change end to see how. And we look together to look at what project within the municipality, because it's for the 8 metros in the countries, that we could put together. Joburg put together how to rehabilitate their wasteland coming from the mining, you know, abandoned mine site, which we can do for Velcom, how to turn it to a recreational park. In Mangaung, we have to go back to see, okay, what do we have in the pipeline? You know, we looked at one of the projects, which is to relocate the landfill site. But after x-raying every whole thing, you see that we have put in a lot of resources into the airport development node. And you will see the resources. Mangaung has tried. It's their initiative. It's their effort. You know, so we pitch it that let's see how we can get support for that. So the National Treasury was asking Mangaung that you can't continue this project if you don't give us a market viability report. That this airport development node, people are interested in it. So we need that report for you to go further. So Mangaung doesn't know how to go about it, you know. So that was the stumbling block. So we have to pitch and do other things together. So in that report, which about 3 to 4 reports, you know, that the World Bank assisted us with. We end up getting the financial model analysis, the cost benefit analysis, the market viability report. And those part of a planning department, human settlement department, environmental, economic, they were all trained together, on how to put together a pitch for private investors to come in and invest in this airport development node. If you are not aware, that's where the airport development node is along the N8, just opposite the airport. Once you climb the bridge, that parcel of land there, it's in a very, very good area. It has a lot of huge advantages. We looked at those advantages and how it can materialize. And that project has been there since 2012, And remember, when you see a bridge, the years of work in the river or in the sea, whatever, how they construct the bridge, the amount of work that has gone in the planning stage is more than the amount of work you see when it's being built. That's what I want you to understand. So the municipality itself has put in a lot of effort, years of effort into that. And this is part of what they've done. This is part of the design. One of the comparative advantages is that it is near the estuary development zone. We have some companies there, Metro is there, a lot of other bricks industries are there. So we want a development that will be closer for people that are working there, not to travel too far, Two, I'm a hydrologist. If you look at that zone, that's where our city should be developing. That is where we have majority of our water resources, from here to Tabanchu. That is the next economic zone that we should be developing as a people and as a metro. Another thing is that because of that project, because it's huge, the municipality thinks in a bigger way. They went behind the airport to construct a new wastewater treatment plant that was using reverse osmosis, New one, less than 10 years ago. They also have another substation for electricity. So it was a huge ecosystem of development that they were trying to put together before they can build that airport development node. So some of them has already come on board. They've committed resources into this. The wastewater treatment plant is there. It's working. The electricity is working. The substation and other things is there. So they put in together, but part of what we did in the project was to now look at where is environmental sensitive here. Because for you to develop that area, we have, it's on the Bloom Street. It's actually on the Bloom Street. And if you do not put some things in place before you start your development, you're going to be having flooding. For example, in 1928 to 1934, there was a flash flood that happens in the CBD in Bloom. That was what led to the development and the construction of this huge channel that you see in the middle of the city. People died within just 1 hour because of the huge flood. So we looked at where are those areas that requires us to, construct such kind of a canal to assist, before the construction can take place. So we still need investment in that aspect. But some of those things the municipality has also committed to is that they've done the stormwater drainage design, they've done the geotechnical tests and soil tests, they've done the flood delineation test, the EIA, the air quality report. Everything has been done. We just need investment now. So it's a huge work that I was talking about, that has been put in and effort has been put in. But if you are not careful, most of our data will be outdated. So that was an opportunity that we might lose. The opportunity cost in there. That our resources that we have committed, if you don't make effort on time, it will be more than 10 years, 15, 20 years. And this year will ask us, go back and do this EIA report again. Go back and give us a stormwater because things are changing. From the climate resilience, I just told you about that. You can see in the C part here, in the Bloom Street, what you see. So we see that we need to have a culvert, a drainage part. We need an investor for that, because it will really secure whatever investment that we put in the airport development node in future. Then again, there's an opportunity that is also changing. We live in a changing world. I call it Trump 2.0, in that aspect. It's coming with tariff. It's just disrupting everything. But our own goal is to develop our people. We don't care whatever. If there are no funding or investment from that part, we could approach African Development Bank. We could approach the Chinese Development Bank. we don't care where the funds will come from. Our goal is to develop our people. So we should be able to cast our net wider, building resilient now into our project, going forward. So it's going to allow us not to be afraid, of what changes politically, and we will live in the socio-political changes, even nationally as well. We are living in that. But we need to have a project that will be irrespective of who is at government, at municipal, regional, or national. Because in this, it allows an investor to see that whatever changes, that their project and their funds will be secured. So we must not lose our opportunity as is there. As things are changing, it's an opportunity for us to go back at the municipality to really look at our project, to see how we can build that in, to allow an investor to come in to say, it's fine, whatever goes on, my project is going to continue. I'm going to get the value for my money in that aspect. This is another one. The earlier speaker, one of our guest speakers from the NetBank, talked about the growth. I don't see this growth that we are not growing. I see it as an opportunity. Because if you can go there and develop this airport development node, we are going to create jobs. Jobs automatically increase our GDP. Our GDP is going to automatically increase our growth rate. And we're going to solve our unemployment. So it's a gap for us to fill in that aspect. It means that we need to pick the ball and see how we can fast-track our development from that aspect, Since that project started, you could have seen what our unemployment has been, And now, the youth unemployment is still going on. But we have an opportunity here to counter that youth unemployment. So we need an investor. We need the buy-in of everyone here to be able to achieve this in a very short period. And part of that, if you look again, look at what Statistics South Africa is saying. In census of 2011, and to show that the government is working, the regional government is working as well, the provincial government, and the local government is working. In 2011, the numbers of informal dwelling was 33,000 households. Now that has been reduced to 19,000. That is huge. That is huge. And if you look around here, this is just for Magaun that I brought out alone. Even myself, I could see in the last 10 years, new development that have come up from Rockland to another one after the UFS South Campus. There is another development there. There is a Brandweg Free State house. So we are working, but we still have 19,000 people to take care of. And that airport development node can assist us to also take them out, from informal dwellings, So it's a huge opportunity for us that we must not miss, in that aspect. Now, let's just highlight some of those few more opportunity costs that we might not sensitize ourselves to. Is that one is, look, the job opportunity in construction, in retails, in services that would, if you don't do it, the more is there. What is the value of a land if it's not put into use? So what we have as a municipality is that land that we can give to an investor. But we need to also tell the investor, you're going to realize your money. But indirectly, it's a chain. Because if you get one of the people that buys the land, they have a title deed. The SMEs can be assisted because they can go to the bank with their title deed, raise financing for their own personal use. So we need to create a system that allows them, to be able to also develop themselves. Also, at the municipal level, we cannot get a tax on property that has not been developed. So for us to increase the property tax, we need to have some of those development, in those places. And the housing that I've talked about, the people still need houses. There are people still staying in Mukuku. We don't need to have people staying in Mukuku at this time. This project will assist us to take them out. We need to build. But we can't do it. As government, we don't have the resources. We need to open ourselves up, go to the private sector, show them what we have. And they will come and build. And we will assist our people to go there. Because the same people that we are building for will also be working there. Remember, during the construction, we're going to create over 40,000 jobs from our estimate, from what bank has been able to analyze for us. And the jobs, they are here. The people will be earning salaries for 2, 3, 5 years that the construction will be going on. And they will have that financial resources to be able to contribute into the economy, in that way. Other opportunity costs are there, like your construction costs. Inflation is going up. Cost of construction is going up every year, and it's going to be eroding the profit that we should be getting, if you have started it, Then delay might mean missing an optimal market window. During lockdown, the Reserve Bank reduces the borrowing costs. What happened to the market? The market dynamics changes from buyer's market to seller's market. If we have already positioned ourselves at that time, municipality will make a lot of money if you already have those buildings in place, because people will be ready to buy. I wouldn't want to go into the report, because if I go into the report, because it's for the municipality to act, not us. Some of them are sensitive information. But I will mention one of those research that the One World in Cape Town did for us, that was commissioned by National Treasury and World Bank for us, was that the age of people that are buying and the type of houses those people want to buy, based on our regional economic and viability study, is actually what we fit in there. People just want more of townhouses. That's what our people can afford more now, because in the earlier design, it makes us to change how we look at it. Then we can also have in the earlier design there were no plan much for your malls that we should put there, because along that corridor there are not malls there, and there are other houses there. Then another thing we should notice, that because we are delaying it, we are giving space to our competitors. For example, if you look behind the airport development node, there is Akata that has developed after then. If you notice that, yes, there is also Raceway that is also there, just beside it. So the market is ripe, So we need investors that would assist. The market is there, and the people are buying. There is no house that is built there that is lying fallow, not being used or bought. It is. So we need an investor to be able. So those are the opportunity costs we are losing out. The more we delay actualizing this investment, Then, as I said earlier, we've been able to get a lot of training from World Bank. The Magaun staff has gotten a lot of training. I only think they need more political backing, if I can put it that way, to give them more free hands to be able to approach the developmental banks, to be able to call in investors, to be able to see how. And that's one of the training that we went through. We see global best standard, what is happening in Bolivia, Brazil, how do they put all these things together, in those pitches. We pitch then to global infrastructure facilities. In 2022, we put together a pitch, But I wouldn't be able to know, because I'm not part of the municipality, but I was part of the project from the word go up to 2020, early 2023, that we submit the final report to the municipality, to say, okay, it needs to be taken further. So there is a lot of opportunity costs, and some of them are also here. You see that we're going to protect existing transport corridor, 700 hectares of land that are primed to be used. We create jobs for over 40,000 people. We reduce flood risk. That area is it's on the floodline delineation zone. Opportunity for local GDP growth, urban renewal and livable cities as well. We engage the youth. The more we engage the youth, the lower we reduce the crime in every form. Then, as a university, we need students for internship, for wheel, from hotel, from UFS, in construction, in project management. The opportunity is huge for us to achieve in that way. Then, we are going into the era of smart cities. We just don't want cities. We submitted for Matlusana Smart City from my center in Gauteng. We don't know why we can also have a smart city in Bloom. This is also another opportunity for us, that before the project commences, we can turn into airport development, no smart city, whereby every water, during the construction, the water we use for cleaning, the water we use for in the kitchen, the sewage, instead of it to go to the drain, no, we use it to irrigate within the compound. The street light should be on solar, We should cut it from national grid. You see that? So smart transportation, smart shopping, smart building, that is the way to go. So it's another opportunity for us to include that in the airport development node project in that way. So I would like to really thank the team that we were together in that project from Magao Municipality. There are a lot of them, especially in Tate Maswabi. Mr. Becky was the HOD, then it was seconded from the National Treasury or from the national government, and he finished his time, he left, you have another HOD, and the project continues. It's a system, So all of them, as I put it there, they've been trained, and they can put together a pitch that will secure this project. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Highly appreciated. At least we know where are the bottlenecks and how, as well as those opportunities. I would like us to just give him a round of applause as we finalize some of the issues here. I would like to request, because we have come to an end with regard to the presentations, I would like to call, I think we do have mics, I believe they are working. Okay. To call Ntate Masego to come here, and then Ntate Mhlahlo, Metina, and Prof Ngoi, and Luena Ntate Okay. Kima Kimusia. But now I'm trying to think of the seating arrangements because I can see. Okay, the others can just sit on top. So we will first start to, as the all right. We, as I've indicated, we do have questions on the app, but in English it says charity begins at home. We will start with the colleagues that are sitting here. I know some of the questions are coming from them. We also have those that are coming from Anonymous. In Metro, they've got this program called the Meno Anonymous. So we've got Anonymous. So I think let's start with the colleagues here. If there are questions that you really like to pose, and then you'll indicate where you come from, who do you want to ask, and then we will swiftly deal with the ones that are online. But Megina here, she will assist me with that. So I will start on my right-hand side. I'm just going to go line by line. There's no question here. There. I see that right at the back. You can shoot straight.
My name is Victor Tulani Bergman. I'm from a company called Valley Customer Solutions. This is a Microsoft Cloud partner.
Sorry, Hanyani Ntatewaka, sorry. We are trying to ensure that you are audible. We don't want to misinterpret your question. Okay.
This way. Oh. Why is a please wait for the system to shut down, okay? Yeah. It takes forever.
Okay. I think in the interest of time, you can try to raise your voice whilst they're sorting out its IT and.
All right. Thank you once again. Now I'm audible now in the back there. I'm starting to feel like an artist now. My name is Colloquium. I'm from a company called Imbali Customer Solutions. It's based here in Bloemfontein. I'm a product from this university as a student, as lead in the IT department, and then also as a friend and partner. Likes of Provincial, he just gets us wherever gets us from. But I'm repeating again, especially to the HOD of health, we are an AI cloud partner, and we are an ISV, it's an independent software vendor program that we are on Microsoft, and we're the only ones in the country, the only company in the country that has achieved that. Because it's the achievement that you don't apply for. Microsoft finds you globally in the world, and we are from the Free State. So I was just thinking it's important to mention that, and it's a good thing that we've been brought together here, including professionals, not just academics, so that we can take whatever research we've done and implement, like the speakers have been talking about, from research to implementation or realization. Sorry. So what I am raising for is to just indicate to you, HOD, I've heard you were talking about especially the issue of funding. And I was going to say that our company doesn't just come with the skills that we have that is global standard, because we've got an application, by the way, in the Microsoft Marketplace. Remember, the company's Imbali Customer Solutions. It's available in 141 countries. So we are quite capable and efficient when it comes to the technologies that you are testing in terms of software systems, automation, and so on. So we also come with money, with funding. So for those particular systems that you were talking about, the paper-based issues that you have with, the manual systems and so on, and the centralized access to data, those are things that we can actually assist, and we come with the money as well. So my question, therefore, is when can we have a date to sit down and talk about this?
Okay. No, thank you. I'll go to this row. Honorable MEC. I'm not sure if your hand is up. Okay. So there's nobody in this line or row? I don't know. Okay. Tate Mudisani Ulunamo. Okay. Tate Polwana. And Tate Mgom. All right, I'm coming to this one. Akari ihamba nyerei ihamba kala ni Tate Midupi. So I'm Tate Polwana and Tate Mgom.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the Honorable MC. The protocol has been established. My question will go to Mr. Maseko and HOD. The first one to Mr. Maseko is that I think let me start to appreciate your detailed presentation in terms of inclusive growth. But I just wanted to ask in terms of what is your view with regard to the private sector contribution to inclusive growth. I've noted that you've highlighted in terms of what the government should do, but I could not see it clearly in terms of contribution of the private sector. And then the second question goes to HOD Minister. I think it was also a detailed presentation HOD. It also highlighted in terms of the contribution of AI. But my question was that, with what you have presented, what are the risks of using the AI, especially when it comes to collection of sensitive data of the
Thank you, Mr. Polwana. Datim Goma.
No, thank you, Program Director. Greetings, all photographs of that. Just to Ndatema CFO, I welcome your presentation, it's always informative. Just two issues, the issue of centrality of the Free State province. I've spoken about this issue for so many times. And now I'm thinking now with the developments that are happening in Gauteng, the port of Gauteng that is expected to be implemented in 2027. You've spoken about the issue of the transmission company that is investing in the Free State, the issue of your green economy, issues of agriculture and mining. What is the view? Don't you think the issue of Free State having a port of the state like Gauteng, don't you think that will work for the people? And also just to urge our private sector, your banks, all mutual and so forth, maybe in your space, with us as government, with a very short pocket, we don't have enough funds. Maybe I would urge you maybe to talk about these issues when you meet the business sector, to look at the opportunities that are here, especially the issue of this issue of development of Gauteng, this problem of Gauteng for me. It's something that might bring some spin-offs to the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Datim Goma. On this line, as I've recognized the end of the Ndate Tsiriso Medupi, Kilika Osheva, Udima Mola. All right. Ndate Medupi.
No, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity also to welcome the presentations that have been shared. I think I just forgot the lady's name from Old Mutual. One issue that relates to small businesses, for example, in the local environment, the tuck shops and the likes, have begun to cry with the implementation of malls in the area. And they began to die out in the presence of those ones. From your side, how do you see this particular challenge being tackled with? The other part goes to Treasury as well as Professor Ngoi, is that some of the issues pertaining to the failed or projects not being run, it's issues around funding. Is it not time now that together with, we develop an institute whereby project could be crafted in a way that meets investor appetite so that they begin to be funded from that particular area with your, ammunition of intelligentsia who comes together to put it in a light that it has been put, and Treasury to begin to engage all the investors provincially and nationally to begin to see that one offload with regard to those particular issues. Lastly, with HOD Mhlahlo, is that I'm not so sure with regard to your funding model of this particular project that is going to be realized. Technically, I'm not so sure how you are dealing with other areas that you begin to spend money in but are not necessarily beneficiary towards the project. How do you deal with that particular issue? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tate Medupi. Can I now allow our presenters to respond without any order? From there, as you can see, I'm not a bad teacher. I'm already giving you some scope. Here are the questions that you will have to answer. I can see bulk of them, they relate to health HOD. So I'm already giving you some scope. But for now, let's just deal with these ones. And then from there, scope is clear. CEO, welcome. It's good that you are here as well, especially when we discuss issues around funding and airport notes. CEO Lucky from Leisure Liputwa Development Agency. Thank you, sir. Okay.
All right, thank you. Prof, I was not anticipating that most questions will come to me. I would have requested you to present and then I will just come in and answer questions because it was a joint effort. However, you will come in and assist. So maybe I needed to have provided the delegates with our objectives, because before you deal with a specific program, you need to have an understanding of what the objectives are. So broadly, the objectives of the Department of Health, one, is access to health care. And you can't have access to health care without functional infrastructure. Two, efficiency. Hence the program that we are talking about. It is going to ensure that we are efficient in our processes. There's a question around funding. And I look at funding two ways. One is the money coming in, but two, whatever that we are saving as a result of efficiency also goes back to fund priorities. So that's how we need to look at it. So when I was saying 20% reduction in maintenance cost in the future as a result of today's investment, it basically talks to the issues of funding. However, when you look at one of the slides, we had an issue around, looking at different sources of funding programs. And this is what Dr. Victor over there is saying to us, to say, look, there are ways that the private sector can come in and fund projects of health. And I want to give a practical example of those, except the one that you have given. And I think I'll be answering some of the questions. So when you look at the scenario that I painted around Pilinomi requiring about, together with universities, requiring about 3 billion investment in refurbishment and ICT and equipment, we are already thinking of looking at how we use the private sector to actually assist us in terms of funding this investment. Because we know that from government perspective, if I have to wait for Mr. Lebone for 3 billion, and Tatemakum, it's not going to happen over the next 5 years. So what are the plans? So there are models out there that have been tested. You look at KZN, there is a hospital there called Inkosi Albert Lutuli. So what they have done is they have outsourced various aspects of the running of the hospital to the private sector. They have outsourced, firstly what they have done is they went to the BFI, Budget Facility for Infrastructure, to fund ICT and equipment. And then they looked for a partner to take care of various services run by the department, that were previously run by the department, such as your cleaning, such as your maintenance, such as your ICT provision, etc. They bring in these partners and say to them, currently I'm spending 1 billion in these services. Can you come in as a private sector? I will give you the 1 billion, but you give me the savings of 30% of that back to my coffers, and then you can deploy your systems. So that's how you gain, efficiency and also optimize on the funding, mix. So that's how we look at it. So through that process, for example, they were able to, and I think it also talks to government priorities. There was a question about priority. If our priority in health is that we must be efficient, we must understand that we may have to decide that we outsource security. Currently, the government has decided that we insource security, but is it effective? Is it efficient? Do we have the means to run it professionally and profitably? So those are the items that you outsource, and then it deals with that. Let me just check if I missed anything, because I'm trying to deal with them at once, and then I will allow Prof to come in. Okay, about the website, I think that will be provided. Do you want to come in, Prof?
Ladies and gentlemen, you shall agree with me that the HOD is a financial engineer. Yes, because all these schemes you put here, this is real finance. And I mean, you can talk about it if you don't know how finance works. So mine, I'm going to talk about the technical aspect on the risks of using AI. They're universal. And actually, if you look at those risks, you say, no, I'm not going to touch AI. But that is not an option. One of the major risks is that the information you are collecting, other people can put wrong information, or you can collect information which is not adequate. And if you collect such kind of data and you train your AI algorithms, then it becomes stupid. It doesn't solve your problems. So the question now, how do you mitigate lack of collecting complete data, or a possibility of having data which is being input and it's not your own data? There are several ways of doing that one. In the issue of cybersecurity, there are systems which you can put in place to mitigate that one. But the one of collecting complete data, it is what they come now with the training. Because we need to train the people who collect data. Because there are people who may collect data and they say the time is going, then they just put the data, figures, which are not true. It happens. It works that way. And there are cases where you have supposed to collect maybe 80 pieces of information, you only collect 40 or 60. So now, if you use that information, it's not adequate. It cannot train your AI in order to do your work. So training of the people is another most important thing. Then the third risk is the infrastructure. Because you can have infrastructure which works very well in the urban areas. And in the rural areas, that infrastructure cannot collect the data and transmit the data which you want. So that is another kind of risk which we should be aware of. And when we develop our infrastructure, we must make sure that it is covering all the key stakeholders. And then the mitigation which we have at last is to have policies in place. Somebody mentioned POPIA here, and he qualified that is not effective, but that is a starting point. Because now you need to put a policy in place so that people have guardrails that if we do this, really is wrong. And then finally, we have to educate our people about the ethics. Because there are certain things, if we have got the right ethics, you know it is wrong, although it's profitable, but we will not do it. But if we are unethical, then you're going to do it because it is profitable to you. So that if we have all this mitigation of talking about the moral standing of people by teaching ethics, then we have policies in place, then we have a technical ability of cybersecurity, we'll be able to use this AI. And countries like China, they are doing it in the village because they're able to implement all this. I hope I've answered your question.
It was issues around, Prof, working together with government to put together a financial model whereby research will be able to mold the projects that are supposed to be funded in such a way that the market will be interested to fund. And with a clear indication in that regard. You might find government has the projects, but they do not have the know-how to put it together in such a way that it will entice the market and be able to deal with it.
Okay, I wanted to avoid that one by saying the expert is here, but let me bring him back.
All right. I will try to respond directly then. So we must identify the nature of the projects. And we must then go through a process of ensuring that the projects are bankable. And that process is an intensive process. It's quite detailed. It looks at, it's almost like your feasibility study, if you like. So it looks at options of all the alternatives. It looks at the funding options. It looks at what the market is providing for. And that is the aspect that currently government is not able to fund directly. But you have instruments, funding instruments that are coming from national, that are funding those processes. So they are actually funding they appoint transactional advisors for government to be able to assist with that. We know that GTEC is doing that under National Treasury. ESA is doing that. So there is funding available, including aspects of your airport note. When you approach them, they should be able to take that feasibility study into Tier A1 and 2 in terms of looking at the funding mix. I hope I have answered now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your question, sir. I didn't get your name. So your question was around the challenge of malls taking out small businesses. I don't think by virtue of malls being there, businesses shut down or small businesses shut down. I think it's a question of, as you move to a different income bracket as a consumer, you have a preference for customer service. You want to see things being done in a certain way. You want to be serviced in a certain way. And when you look at small businesses, it takes them a while to respect the customer. I support black businesses, black-owned businesses, but a lot of times I've been let down by these businesses. They don't take their customers seriously. So I think when we work on customer experience and you understand your customer base, that is one of the ways we can make sure that the small businesses don't close down by virtue of malls being there. The second aspect is clarity on what you're solving for. So the issue you were solving for 5 years ago is not the same today. It has changed. And our businesses take a while before they can pivot from what they started with. You want to be loyal to, this is what I do, this is how I do it. And you don't look at what your customer is looking for. So sometimes in business, a lot of the times, it's very important that you change how you do things, what you do, and you actually unlock a share of wallet, and some business models become absolute as time goes on. So that's also very important. The third one, and this is more for businesses in the township areas, in the rural areas, with the inequality gap widening. I think one of the things we've seen, rich people are becoming very rich. I've been seeing Porsches like they're for free these days, but I also know that people who are in the lower LSM groups are really feeling the pinch. And as that happens, they become very price sensitive, right? And for you as a business, to some extent, based on how you procure your products or your goods, it's very difficult for you to lower your prices to make sure you accommodate that market. So it's very important to make sure that you understand what other business models are there that you can adopt that will allow you to price in a way that it resonates with your market. For example, if you look at the retail or FMCG industry, we grew up with these plaza shops. We know Habra, Bra Uba, and I find what I want. But for Bra Uba, it's very difficult to say there's actually a model. Yeah, if you take Spa, for example, I don't work for Spa, I don't advocate for Spa, but I'm just aware of the information. It's not a franchise, right? It's a trading program that allows you to use Spa as a distributor. Spa procures at a lower price, and that means you can price your products to your customer at a lower price. So it's having that access to information that will actually help. And I think another thing, because of that flexibility as SPA, going back to the SPA issue, if we as entrepreneurs develop a habit of building a community, like sharing with you as an entrepreneur does not take away from me. Under that model, you can open that up, and then Tina, maybe I have a bakery, I can supply your store. But because we don't talk to each other as entrepreneurs or as business people, we end up actually with that, we have that scarcity mentality that says, I will not share with you. But it's actually in sharing with me that we build an ecosystem around us, and we give our clients the best that we can, or our consumers. I think that's my, and I'll charge you later for that consultation fee.
Sure, thank you for the questions. The first is, what has been the impact of Donald Trump's tariffs on the SA economy and the Free State in particular? How should the Free State respond to these? I'll start by saying that for now, the Free State is not touched. The US has imposed a 30% tariff, import tariff on all South African goods except steel and aluminium products, which include motor cars. Those have a tariff of 50%. And as a result, we've seen the immediate impact on exports of motor cars and car parts to the US. Motor cars, it's primarily the Mercedes-Benz plant in East London. Last year, it exported just under 20,000, about 19,950 Mercedes C-Class left-hand drive to the US. And because of all this uncertainty, the Mercedes-Benz in the US has sort of cut quite significantly its orders from South Africa, to an extent that in July, the plant in East London closed for 5 weeks because, they could not overproduce, and we are waiting to hear what the situation will be going forward. Then you've got car makers of car parts in Gauteng, around the Tshwane area, and also in the Eastern Cape, around the Uitenhage area. Those are really feeling the impact, and we looked at the numbers actually quite recently. They indicate that car exports to the US, total, including parts, are down by almost 8% at this stage of the year. These were the numbers up to the end of August. We don't have the September numbers yet. So the impact is primarily on the auto industry. The other sector which is facing a threat from the US will be the Western Cape agricultural sector, particularly citrus exporters and the wine industry. But those numbers have been pretty stable up to so far. Remember that the 30% came into effect and the 50% on motor cars. Well, the 50% on motor cars came into effect on April, the 9th of April, Trump's Liberation Day. But the 30% on all other goods became effective on the 8th of August. So it's still early days. But the information that we get back from the Eastern Cape is that, South African citrus exports and even wine don't really have competition in the US. They are, unique South African. So they don't expect a significant impact on those exports to the US. But we shall see how that goes. Encouragingly, you will recall that the DTIC is still negotiating with the US to try to secure a more favorable trade deal, i.e. bring down the trade import tariff from 30%, bring it closer to the 10% level. Why 10%? Because Donald Trump has set a minimum level of 10% for the import tariffs. And again, last week we know another key development was the expiry of the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, under which we exported. But there were reports last week that in the U.S. Congress, there is support to extend AGOA by another 12 months. So if that happens, that will give us a bit of a break, and we can only hope for that. But we expect, all these issues to be unresolved, at least for as long as Donald Trump will still be president of the United States. There was another question on the role of the private sector in driving inclusive development. We talked about this a lot, financing, when there was that review of the budget statement through partnerships. I'll start just straight into the infrastructure. That question about financing big infrastructure. The National Treasury now, we know, it's putting in place arrangements or structures for the private sector to partner with the key state-owned enterprises in the water sector. And we're talking here about TCTA to finance our water infrastructure, because the big move now is focusing on expanding water infrastructure. And the private sector will come in as a financing partner. Government, there will be those, for instance, 30-year off-take agreements where government guarantees that, it will pay for the water. Then you'll have the private sector coming in, structuring the financial packages, mobilizing the finance, and in that way ensuring that government secures cheaper rates than when government was going directly to the market. The challenge is on bringing finance, the cheap finance, to the ground, i.e. the previously neglected or disadvantaged areas where often the challenge is, people who want to start businesses don't have security and all that. But I always say that in South Africa, we've got a massive opportunity that we keep on missing. We just need to formalize it. The Stokvel market, there is significant capital sitting in the Stokvel market, and what we should do is follow the model of Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, where you had local communities mobilizing capital within those communities, financing or lending to projects in their very own communities, and that money would be repaid into those communities, and as a result, the money circulated in those communities. A couple of years ago, National Treasury was working on a framework for mutual banks that would be locally based and all that, but it seems that that project never really took off, because I think there were complications of how those mutual banks would be run and all that, and of course the VBS saga did not really help us at all. And then inclusive development, let's talk industrial development and the Free State. I referred to literature by Professor Denny Roderick, who has done a lot of work on industrial development in developing economies across the globe, and he identified one of the key hindrances to continued development as this nodal development, i.e., where developing economies just focus on certain areas to develop the industry only, even when there's saturation in those areas. Take Gauteng, for instance. I would argue right now that industrial development in South Africa should look outside Gauteng, because Joburg is congested, Tshwane is congested. Now it's about time that we expand industrial development out of those areas. And that would mean that, areas within the Free State that are in the border of Gauteng should capture that spillover of that development. And, take for instance, along the N3 in the Free State, there should be great opportunities for industrial development there because, proximity to Gauteng, number one, and number two, right next to a major route to the port in Durban, or even the N1. So that is the model of development that we need to start really pushing in South Africa, because, Gauteng is saturated. We all know that right now. So push that. And with the Free State again, with the massive investments in renewable energy projects in the Valcom area, industry should move there, because energy will be right there, excess energy. And that will save us when it comes to the expansion of the transmission network. That's the opportunity I see for the Free State. Very lucky to be in the Free State, Thank you.
Thank you. I think my questions are online. I think I can see 2 or 3 of those questions there. Oh, 2 of them. One is on why is the airport development not yet developed? Is it political will or investors' preference? It's very tough because the reality we see and the data speaks 2 different things. So it's a yes and a no question. And I will tell you why. The reality truly is that a lot of development are going towards the north. After Northridge Mall, in the last 5 to 7 years, new development. But at the same time, if you go towards the airport node, I gave you 2 examples. At the Akata, there is another one, Grassland Phase 2, grassland there. There is development. There is a raceway development there as well. So it's just about us, from the municipal end, trying to make ourselves like a beautiful bride, reaching out, showing them. Luckily, before this data that we have also expires, the market viability report that was done by World Bank and One World for Us, it shows where we can position ourselves and capture the market. As I said, there is no new development that comes up there that is not grabbed. People buy it. It's just that if us as a municipality is not doing enough in terms of reaching out, or as they say, maybe government are not a good business people, should we need to change strategy? I may agree to that. Do we need to reach out to a new set of people? Maybe, Do we need to take our investment drive, towards new set of investors? But we need to first do the homework and put it out there. From the municipal end, I know that they are doing a lot as well. Earlier this year, they had the Magaun infrastructure in Daba. We were invited. I was invited. I was a speaker. So they are trying to also do something in terms of infrastructure. In fact, as I'm speaking to you, they're working on the water plant in Marcel Spot, refurbishing it, expanding the capacity. And those are the places it's going to be serving. So the municipality is also doing something from political end, but is it enough? Maybe for this airport development node, slightly, maybe, but can they do more? Yes, there's always a room for improvement. And there was another question that, does it mean that from my presentation, that's a question, just for clarity, on the airport node presentation, the speakers say Magaon has reduced informal settlement by 24%. It is an economic improvement. 100% yes. I didn't say that. Statistics South Africa said so. It's a national statistics. And we know it. We see it. I gave you 3 examples. And all thanks as well to the Free State provincial government. They've contributed a lot to that. The Free State housing development is there. That is one in Brandwag. There's another one in Rockland. So it's all around us. So we are reducing it. But we still have a lot of work to do. So if a Free State as a government can have Free State housing development, I don't see why a metro, Magaun Metro cannot have a Magaun development, housing development. We can't do it. We just need to believe in ourselves. Where you see that we are lacking, our speaker have said it, we need to engage partners, We need to consent some of these things out to build capacity in that aspect. We can't do it all alone. Government business is always slow. We know that. The same time we started the airport development node, Akata started way after us. But Akata is now, people are buying, they're building. So why? Because it's government. So we are very slow. But we have everything. So we can go into partnership as government with private sector. We just need to go out there, and tell them these and these and these are what has been in place. And we go into partnership and see how we can make that to become a reality. Thank you.
I thought we are done. There are more questions coming. So the first one is what are the time frames for commissioning theatres that have not been operational for some time? So we have, the reason why I can tell you with certainty that Boitumelo has 5 and only 2 are functional is because we have inspected them. And we are deploying resources to attend to that. It's unfortunately some of these theatres are known to have not been operating for some time, but unfortunately budget was not allocated towards bringing them back to service. So, and this came as a result of looking at the root cause, analyzing the root cause as to why Pilinomi is always congested and why Universitas is not coping. And then when we did that study, we wanted to look whether is it that we don't have enough human resources, is it that the 2 facilities are understaffed. But the findings were that, in fact, Universitas is a central hospital, and central hospital has a different mandate from a tertiary hospital and from a regional hospital. Now, when regional hospitals are not functioning as they should because of challenges such as the theaters and all those things, then they will then, lead to, bottlenecks being created in the central and tertiary hospitals. So that's how we came to a conclusion that, beyond the issues of human resource, there are issues of equipment. So we have started already with a program where we are going to ensure that all these non-functional theaters are back in operation. I cannot give you time frame for all of them, but for Boitumelo, I know for an instance that the ICU that has not been functional for over 10 years will be functional by the 1st of April. Because there's a lead time in terms of the delivery of some of the equipment that is required there. So there's a plan around those theaters. I might not be able to give you exact dates for each and every one of them. And of course, others we have not yet analyzed, so we will not be able to give you feedback because we don't know what is wrong. But the plan is there to say, let us take away pressure from Pilinomi and Universitas and capacitate regional hospitals so that some of the operations can be done within those regional hospitals. To make an example again, our medical legal costs for Pilinomi is the highest in the Free State because of maternity cases. And that is as a result of the fact that your Fezile-Dabi region does not have the regional hospitals are not able to provide that service. As a result, you now have to ferry, patients to Bloemfontein, and many things can happen en route to Bloemfontein. So our strategy is simple: capacitate those regional hospitals so that services can be closer to the people. The other question is, how do you access information for research purposes? Unfortunately, most of the information that we are dealing with is confidential. However, there's a unit within the Department of Health where you submit your request for information for research purposes. They look at it, and I've seen, since I've been there for the last 2 months, I've approved quite a number of them. So there's a process of vetting that is being followed. The other one is whether modernization will be limited to public hospitals and clinics in the Free State. For now, yes, we are looking at our public facilities, but to a larger extent, our private facilities are already ahead of us. And I will just make an example as I answer one of the questions. There is a question as to whether, there is a question about IDMS in government. Is there a link between the system that you have just presented and IDMS? So if you remember, Infrastructure Delivery Management System, that is the IDMS, is looking at the whole infrastructure management of the province. And in fact, what we are trying to do now is to feed into that IDMS of the province. But by populating information, especially with regards to new infrastructure and maintenance works for the Department of Health. So once we have that information, because it tells you about when you must replace an asset, what is the remaining useful life, how much you are spending, it will inform your planning in the future. So if we are able to integrate that into the provincial IDMS system, then at least from the Department of Health, we are we are taking one step in the right direction to answer that question of IDMS. And then the two are for Prof to respond to, but there's one question that deals with the triple Ps. What are our funding mix? Or are we also looking at the partnerships? We already have triple Ps that are functional in the province. When you look at Netcare, that is in Universitas, and the Netcare, that is in Pilinomi. Those are private, those are triple P arrangements over 20 years. However, they were established and signed into action before the triple P was regularized. Now that the triple P has been regularized, and there are tests that must be looked at before you enter into triple P, we are now at the point where we are going to be going out in the market in the next 2 years on Pilinomi, Netcare area, as well as Universitas. So I can safely say that the current triple P for those two facilities have expired. So we are going to go into the market, but this time around, there are three aspects that we are going to look at. One is transformation, two is affordability, three is value for money. With the current triple Ps, the answer to those three is nothing. There's no transformation in the three. It's just on paper. There's no value for money. I have information to prove it. And also, it is not sustainable. So the triple P arrangement works. Our function as a Department of Health should be limited to saving lives. We should be able to go into triple P arrangements with the private sector and say to them, can you take over Manapo Hospital and run the facility for us? Deal with maintenance, deal with equipment, ICT equipment, and then we will provide the doctors, we'll provide the nurses, we'll also then provide the services. So that's how you work with the private sector. So those models are tested elsewhere. When you go into Western Cape, there are hospitals that are run along those models. So, Prof, I think you can, maybe before that, the issue, there's a question whether we are going to work with CETA. Is there anyone from CETA here? No. Remember, there are issues with CETA. Hence, the Minister of Communication announced that if a department is not happy with the service of SETA, if you submit a request to SETA and you don't receive a positive response in 10 days, you must follow your own process. So we'll always test with SETA, but in this aspect of MMS, we are working with the CUT, and it's an arrangement that SETA is aware of. Prof, you can deal with the last question. I did highlight it for you.
The red one.
It's, the workflow.
How will human resources be managed? Okay, thank you very much. The issue here is how to manage the human resources in the maintenance. And like you said now, the key issue of using the technology, AI, it brings two important things. First of all, visibility, to see who is doing what where at any particular time. And then the second thing is the transparency. How do you make sure that somebody has done a work, after finishing that, you must report that you've finished that. Because today, if you look at the way people work, in the morning they're given an assignment. And that assignment maybe can take 2 hours or 3 hours, but it's rarely for this person to report after the 2 hours. So you find that the whole day, somebody is given an assignment which could be done in 2 hours, but he spent 8 hours. So now, this AI now is what we have agentic AI. The agent is able to know what job has to be done, and then how many people are able to carry out that work. Then it assigns. And after assigning, is able to monitor where has that job gone. If it's finished, they're able to record that's finished. And then is able to assign that person to another job which is online. So simply, it is able to collect the assignments which have to be performed at a particular time. It knows the people and their skills who can do the work and make sure that they assign and monitor so that every time they're occupied. I've seen it happening in Hangzhou in China, and it is very well. And you find you give people incentives even before you monitor them, the report that they have finished the assignment can be assigned for something else. So that's how the agentic workflow is what monitors that. I think that's the question.
Okay. No, thank you very much. This was indeed a milestone. I think from my side, I would really like to thank our presenters, our guest speakers. It is evident that there was quite a sterling work that you have done. I would also like to thank the colleagues that are working behind the background who are evaluating these papers, because there are quite a number of papers. So colleagues, from my side, I would really like to thank you all for your presentations, as well as the manner in which you have articulated in those questions which were quite difficult, but we are happy that out of this process, we were very resourceful. Before I forget, there was one question from Councillor Ntombi Nhlapo, who is the MMC for Planning and Human Settlement. Councillor, akaulivala, akauloka.
That you spoke, I think it was speaking on is the development aiding to the north, and I think it was also asking, is it a matter of a lack of engagement and stakeholder engagement in that sense? Just so that we don't leave it there, for the colloquium to also take this into cognizance, because I think as the doctor indicated, he was at the investment summit. I think from our side, through such engagement and stakeholder engagement, the airport node itself as a catalytic project in the city, together luckily with the others that were speaking of the mixed development that the doctor was indicating, a number of our land that he was speaking on to say it was planned but it was not used, so when he was speaking about the low value of it. We've actually done an expression of interest through that investment summit, and through that, through a stakeholder engagement, it has actually helped us to get a lot of bidders that actually bidded on all the catalytic projects. And I think at this time we're at a stage where it's just going for public participation. But it really assisted us in the sense that those lands that were planned but were left bare, or there was not lack of appetite, it assisted in the sense that we now have potential bidders that a certain process is undertook. And because there was a speaker that also spoke on inclusive economy, remember when you speak of catalytical, it's those ones that need you to have a lot of money in terms of guarantees. So that stakeholder engagement assisted that both township, there are certain lands that are there where people would want to have a car wash or have certain business ideas. So that also assisted ordinary community members to also engage in that process, where now when we let go of those assets, I think it will be something that is a bit more inclusive. But just for the colloquium to also take that into cognizance, that question, I didn't want us to just leave it at that, so that they get some of the benefits we got from stakeholder engagement that now assist the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MEC, welcome back. We did pronounce that you would come back. And indeed, you have fulfilled your promise. Now, from my side, let me just thank everybody who really participated in this session. As I conclude, I would like to say, let's just leave this session with a renewed principle that knowledge must drive progress, that technology must serve humility, and that every policy decision must be guided by the evidence, accountability, and impact. I just want to thank you as I hand over to Dr. Nolwazi to deal at least with one session. I thank you all.
Good afternoon, colleagues. As HOD has handed over the baton to me, I'm Dr. Nolwazi Kumbisa, the Head of Department for the Built Environment Department within the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and Innovative Technology here at the CUT. It's unfortunate that I am now standing in between us and lunch, but I have been able to negotiate with the organizers that we'll only do one session and then hand over to lunch, and then we will continue with the second session when we carry on with the presentations after lunch. Again, good afternoon to everyone in the room, all protocol observed that has been established this morning. So the session that we are going to be having this afternoon is continuing with session 3, which is looking at resilient growth and development. I'm not sure the speaker, but it's someone from the Office of the Premier who's going to be taking us through the upcoming Vision 2050. So I'm not sure who will be Chris, Mr. Chris. Mr. Doctor's Prof. I'm not sure. But I'll allow him to then introduce himself as he comes up to the podium. And then thereafter, if you may, Chris, allow me to please, unfortunately, reduce your speaking time to 15 minutes so that we at least still have time to engage with you after the presentation. And then, like I said, the second presentation for this session, which was looking at the SDF, we'll then factor then into session 4 straight after lunch before we then carry on with the rest of the presentations. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Program Director. I'm just a bit worried that you say 15 minutes, but we'll try. We'll try our best. Thanks to the again to the Program Director for this session, and thanks for the organizers. And just to confirm in terms of the MSc for Treasury and the MSc for Agriculture that is in our attendance, we do appreciate that. Yes, colleagues, yes, I think I want to start off by saying that this is a very important initiative, and we've seen this already the 8th round that we are engaging in. So it's of value, and it's not just we just host it for the sake of compliance. So I think people have mentioned in various consultations where we presented on the growth and development strategy. I will try and put some of those aspects in the discussion to say, but so what is this FSGDS about? What is this Vision 2050 about? So I think we need to upfront say, as a province and as Free Staters, it's really a living document in a sense that it's an attempt that we as Free Staters try to create an ecosystem where stakeholders meaning us as government, meaning us as business, meaning us as civil society, and so on, will strive towards that Vision 2050. How does the Free State then will pan out? So ecosystem, I think, maybe just to emphasize on the two things, the important aspects of the ecosystem. And that is that key characteristics. It's interdependency. It's about shared value. And it's about dynamic and flexibility in terms of market conditions. It's about collaboration and it's about competition. And it's about, there must be somebody that orchestrates this ecosystem. So that is the critical elements that we wanted to highlight with this FSGDS. It's not a document that we have developed, and now it can, after being approved, it can we can just put it on our desks. We foresee, given the geopolitical changes and so on, that this, although a long-term strategy, it will change and adapt through engagement. So I will just quickly highlight, just want to use this example. So typically we are at the academic institution, and you so see this picture of this lecture room where it is postgrad maths being lectured. The professor is there standing in front, and there's one gentleman that is taking a snooze. So he wake up from this sudden noise because the class is now finished, and you see on that board, because they get often exercises to do, and you see on that board that there are 2 exercises. And he decided, well, I will do that at home, and he took down the details and stuff, and he got at home and engaged in that 2 exercises, and he saw it is damn difficult. Something that he have never experienced before. And he said, nonetheless, I will give my full attention, my full energy to that. And he did his best, and he solved it. So when it's the next lecture, there was now after 4 days that he was so engaged and so on, he came into class and, but you see, well, the professor is not asking anything about this as 2 assignments. So we gave it a little bit of time, and after a while he could not hold it anymore because he spent so much energy on that. So he put up his hand and said, Prof, but what about that 2 assignments that you written there on the board that we had to do? So we said to him, he smiled and he said to him, you know what? That was examples that I mentioned in the previous lecture about mathematical solutions that no one in the world has solved as yet. So why am I saying this? The thing is, during that lecture, when he took a snooze, the professor highlighted the fact that these are examples that no one has solved. So the other students did not even attempt at that. He did not hear that it is impossible to solve. Yet he has solved it. So for me, the moral of the story from this is, you know what? Let us not be told that the Free State cannot turn into that vision that we want to see for 2050. It is possible. So please keep your ears close to it is not possible, because we need, as we've seen from the previous presenters, there are mammoth issues that we need to address and so on. And yes, it's possible. So just a quick one, in terms of what I've highlighted, in terms of consultation, it is not a government document or strategy. Various consultation processes, yes, as of the Premier, we had to champion the process. We had the Center for Development Support at the Free State University assisting with the process of write-up review. But just safe to say that we had engaged with various stakeholders, as I've mentioned before. And that we had different engagements, and it's every time a process of drafting and validation. We go back to people and ask if that is fine and so on. So this is the process that we engaged in. So what I will do in this whole exercise, program director, is I'm not going to go through the detailed narrative of FSGDS, but rather to show the design logic. How did we come to it as stakeholders, and why is it important? And then because we also get various times the question of so what's different? Why will it work this time around? So yes, this strategy of the Free State is really that vision, that dream in terms of it's a roadmap, comprehensive roadmap. It's not a magical wand that will change everything, but it is that roadmap. So I think we've talked about, various speakers talk about inclusive growth, sustainable development, and resilience throughout the province. So yeah, throughout the province, I think the emphasis that we want to make there is the balanced growth. So we cannot allow a situation where one area, geographic area, is neglected whilst others expand and so on. Yes, I know I will get maybe opposition from some economists to say, but you are not in charge of that. But we need to look at our different geographic areas and see what potential is it, and make sure that we leverage on that. This is just in terms of the vision overall. You would see it focuses really on about that issue of let us all participate and contribute and benefit from this growing Free State. The vision, we are shortening it. So there is already suggestions that we'll take into account. It's a bit long because we want it to become a slogan. the vision for Free State. I think we had a question and a comment in terms of the logistical nature of the province, where it is located, and yes, it is in the center. We've talked about it for quite a long time as Free Staters. So how do we benefit from all these things? So quite critically, I mean, we are bordering 6 provinces and the Kingdom of Lesotho. What more do we want? Main Eskom transmission lines passing through the province. So I think Mr. Mashego has highlighted in terms of the upgrading of transmission lines east to west. The transmission lines north-south, there's ample capacity. And that is why you would see that in terms of renewable energy, solar and so on, that the Free State is the place of choice for independent power producers. Yes, there are questions to say, but how do we benefit from that and so on? So maybe just to give you the extent of investment in renewable within the Free State, it's about 100 billion pipeline. It's about 50 odd projects. Not all of them in operation yet, some in planning stage and so on. So yes, the Free State has been identified as an area of choice for renewable energy. But the crux of the whole issue is this centrality. How do we benefit from that? And it is now the time that it becomes very, very, very critical. We are seeing that there are various initiatives, the rail revitalization, Limpopo, Gauteng, Eastern Cape. Free State is obviously part of it because it's going to go through us. Somebody has mentioned about Port of Gauteng. Yes, it's a very engineering news is full of that. What impact do we play there? I see Gauteng KZN has signed an agreement. So yes, what is the overall importance of this FSGDS is really attaining that challenges that we have all mentioned into goals and work towards a better Free State. And many a times we get the question also, so why do we invest in the Free State? If we've done a simple exercise just to identify some of the values in terms of catalytic projects, and I think that's worth more than 100 billion. As I've said, renewable energy is even that amount alone. Our centrality, we have SEZ, we have logistics hubs. Yes, a number of we have 2 excellent higher education institutions. We have TVET colleges and so on. So that is all. It's in this huge untapped potential. So this Vision 2050, really, it's about, if one can just think about that image of the province, innovation-driven, green, socially equitable economy, near universal quality education and healthcare. The HOD has taken us through that exercise to say, but how do we move there? So please, it's possible. Transparent, participatory governance, safe, vibrant, culturally rich society. I think the other aspect what I forget to mention in terms of why invest in the province. I mean, we have, I think probably one of our biggest assets is our people, and the friendliness and the eagerness and the people want to do things. So we have some people classify us as completely rural province. Well, it's debatable, but that rural character is something that has got a natural attraction with people they want to visit that and experience that. So what are the foundational enablers? Ethical, capable leadership, integrated spatial development, strong public-private community partnerships. Yes, we've talked about triple Ps, but we also say the community aspect is important. And evidence-based long-term planning, I think what previous speakers have highlighted. How am I doing on time? 3 minutes. Well. Okay, so the other aspect is really about the enabling conditions and interventions. That is something that the FSGDS is highlighting as critical important. What are those foundational enablers to help us to be successful on this? Yes, it's possible. Adequate infrastructure, your land development governance, your municipal turnaround, and your crime reduction and capable ethical state. Now, in many of these areas, we have actually done quite well. Crime is one of them. So let me say, FSGDS was also informed not only about inputs from different stakeholders, but also we've also looked at the data. What is the trends and so on. So not only absolute, but what are the trends. So in many areas, we have actually fared quite well, but obviously a lot of things need to be done. If you unpack that enabling conditions and interventions, it's saying what should be done in the short term, medium term, and long term. So, yes, people ask us, did you align to the medium-term development plan? Remember, this is a long-term provincial strategy, but yes, it does speak to the priorities as outlined in the medium-term development plan. Okay. Just in terms of implementation structure. So you have this vision, you have that implementation modalities which I've highlighted, and then it's focusing on 4 pillars, with a number of drivers. Each driver consists of implementation, long-term programs and strategies, and all of this is underpinned by district development model. I think people are saying, district development model, what is that? It is a critical thing for us to make sure that we create that ecosystem. So we link it with ecosystem creation, district development model. I think other critical aspects, so that's that key enablers. The other critical aspect, Program Director, what the FSGDS is highlighting is really about we should not think about us as Free State as here's the province and we are on our own island and we do. It's about the Free State of South Africa. So all developments that's taking place, it's either between 2 or more districts, it's between a district and another province. So it's all regional cooperation that is actually taking place. So and the other aspect is really people ask, so how do we leverage and how do we get things going? I mean, in typical, the Mangaung airport development node is typical about that, including the N8 corridor development, the Mangaung inner city renewal, and so on. It's about facilitating the movement of goods, services, and people across the regions. And so that is the critical thing that we want to get right with the development path of the province. This is a quick snapshot of the typical corridors that we've identified, and this is province specific. And so yes, you would see there that we make reference to the Karoo development corridor. So typically it covers your area of Garib, but it's a regional development initiative that we need to collaborate with 2 other provinces. Your Gateway Development Corridor, your Innovation Development Corridor, Technology and Research-Driven Industries, your Vaal River Development, interprovincial between the 2 provinces, but involving your district, your locals, and so on. Of course, your Energy Development Corridor, which is also stretching through the Garib district, Lejuli Putswa, as well as Visili Derby. So I'm not going to highlight all the details, but these corridors is setting the tone for what are the typical things that we need to get going, and in order for other forward and backward linkages and ripple effects to actually happen. So it is not an exhaustive list of projects, but it's some of the key projects. So if you're going to isolate some of the key provincial catalytic projects, your Vaal River City development, your N8 corridor development, your Mangaung Aerotropolis, we've taken it a bit further than what you are actually suggesting. Karoo Development Zone, your Matsabeng Energy Hub, and here it's not only about the solar, but it's also about the helium and the gas. And of course, I think the other aspect that the FHGDS is highlighting is making sure that we link up with the value chains of other provinces, especially KZN and Gauteng. And also, the other important aspect is really in terms of becoming a key role player in terms of food manufacturing. That ends your agro-industrial corridor. So it says, in short, then, two futures. Status quo, unfortunately, will not bring us there. So there needs to be this transformation, future readiness, some of the things that we need to bring in place. Skills for tomorrow, I think a lot have been said about AI, digital, and so on. Okay, implementation pathway. Critically enough, there must be this oversight in terms of how do we progress, and then that ecosystem must tell us, no, adapt. We are not on the right track. Yes, probably key things that you will see when EXCO approves is to say, but that readiness pledge, there's already work going on in terms of rescuing and strengthening local municipalities. Really, the issue of strengthening our district development model as the engine for integrated planning and implementation. You will see some of the key catalytic projects unfolding. And yes, I think a critical issue is about the unlocking private capital, blended finance, and so on. Building our future skills, launch the Free State Skills Pipeline, digitizing governance, implementation, and systems to fast track decisions and so on, and mobilize society. I think those are the critical things that take us to, yes, it's possible. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you very much. I think then I will allow just 5 minutes only for questions. Are there any questions from the floor? Yes, so you can go ahead. Yes, Mr. Chris, you can go ahead and answer.
No, it is so the strategy is about 144 pages. So yeah, it's a bit difficult to present everything.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Okay, your hand is up.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is regarding the catalytic project in terms of is there mechanisms where catalytic projects learn from each other the process of doing the success here so that we can easily analyze it?
Thanks for that. Yes, so working with Infrastructure South Africa and then probably with other DFIs. So critically enough is the project break, that business case. I think we had experiences submitting some of our catalytic projects to the National Treasury for BFI. That process is hectic in terms of what they actually require and so on. But we didn't have a success as yet. But so the business case is quite critical. The other aspect would be then the support of your DFIs, and then the other aspect is your critical stakeholders, part of the ecosystem. And by the way, there's a great interest from national side in terms of the impact airport development. The thing is, they would like to see all the stakeholders and the different roles that they would play. One of the aspects, for instance, that was mentioned is in terms of the ring road. Because now, if you have an industry located there, they must come through the city, and that is it's one of the problem areas. So, Sanral, all the stakeholders, but there is definitely that business case, DFI involvement, and other stakeholders. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I'll also take one question from online, which somebody asked, does the province have mechanisms in place to track the progress in achieving this vision? And if so, how far are we in realizing it?
Thanks from the stakeholder. So yes, it's incorporated an implementation plan, and our monitoring evaluation oversight within the Office of Premier and within departments will play that key role in terms of monitoring the implementation plan.
Thank you, sir. And then last question from the floor. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much for the presentation. Although I think it was a bit rushed, there was some information that we couldn't see. But nonetheless, we've been looking forward to the adoption of this strategy. But more than that, there's a lot of input that we would want to make before the strategy is obviously adopted. Coming from the Jolukuzwa side, from the agency, we have run about 6 PPP projects that have been captured by the National Treasury, and we already have M numbers, and we want such projects to get support in terms of being articulated in the strategy. So I don't know what would be your strategy to engage municipalities and agencies of municipalities before the strategy is finalized.
Thanks for that. Yes, remember we are on a consultation process before exco approval, so you are welcome to engage with us that you can
Thank you, colleagues. As a young HOD standing in front of all the stakeholders that have the potential to sponsor you and your department and your students, I see all the sweets, even though they are finished and lunch is waiting for us. I don't want to be in a position where I burn my bridges so early in my career. So I'll take the last and very last final 2 hands. There was a gentleman in the back and then the gentleman in the front, and then we'll close it on that note. The last 2. The rest of the questions, please can we use the opportunity during lunch for us to engage and network on this very important presentation. So you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Thank you for the presentation. With regard to the project, we have funding. If answer is yes, the time frames you aware of.
I think let me also take the second question so that Chris can answer both of them. Yes.
Thank you. Maybe one of the hats that I wear is technology and AI. And we're busy looking at drone routes, transport routes in South Africa. Would you think, with the Free State sitting centrally, that would be something that makes sense? Because you sort of lower your threshold for economy of scale to 1.5 tons and you can move it anywhere. Would that be, because we've seen a lot of talk about AI, innovation, the fourth industrial revolution, but tangibly, what do we do? Would that be something, and would it, and maybe secondly, we see wars are being fought with drones, would that be, would Free State be a good spot to place it.
Thanks. Yeah, so coming to the first question, in terms of the various projects, and remember, it's not only the catalytic project itself, it is all the foundational enablers that where necessary we need to. I think the whole thing is really that ecosystem comes into play. So meaning in our context, the district development model. So we are engaging with the as a provincial government, of the Premier, with the various districts and the locals in terms of DDM1 plans. So that discussion is happening there. Thanks. In terms of the yes. I suppose that could probably be an advantage to the province if we could become I don't know what would you term that in terms of the hub, but it could definitely be obviously of an advantage to be looked at. But you will probably advise more, I don't know.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that very insightful presentation. I do encourage all of us to please do get an opportunity for us to network and discuss even with the previous presenters during lunch. Again, on behalf of myself and the previous facilitator, we apologize for taking time out of your lunch, and we will continue straight after lunch then, like I said, with the SDF presentation into session 4 as we then carry on with session 4 straight after lunch. Thank you so much. Lunch is ready.
Are you also presenting or not today? Dr. Tweeps.
In the tapestry of time, where dreams intertwine with destiny, there emerges a sanctuary of knowledge, a beacon of innovation. Welcome to the Central University of Technology, Free State. CUT, where 20 years of vision and dedication have forged a path of inspiration and brilliance. As the sun rises on this auspicious year of 2024, we stand at the threshold of possibility, gazing back at our journey and looking forward to the horizons yet to be explored. With hearts ablaze and minds alight, we celebrate 20 years of excellence and innovation since we became a University of Technology in 2004. We have achieved numerous social and technological innovations and developed 66,616 graduates into competent, responsible, and productive citizens. Together with our staff and partners, these graduates have been the backbone of many innovations at CUT. We continue to empower current students through entrepreneurship education to think creatively and approach challenges with innovation. This effort has proven successful, and we are proud of this new spirit of entrepreneurship. We have utilized our expertise in additive manufacturing, advanced product manufacturing, and food safety to develop a potential sustainable food supply and manufacturing capacity, especially for brewing. Various centers have been established to advance our knowledge in food sustainability, biotechnology, rapid prototyping and manufacturing, and drug discovery. We have a team of academics, including 24 National Research Foundation rated researchers, who are committed to making a difference in these highly specialized fields. As a leading university in 3D printing technology, we have changed the lives of ordinary people by producing customized medical implants. The Medical Device Additive Manufacturing Technology Demonstrator Project is making a significant impact by developing the local medical device industry and reducing the country's reliance on costly imported medical devices. The project has already positively impacted more than 2,500 patients. The project continues to grow. Our pioneering efforts in the medical field are truly inspiring and a testament to the power of innovation. Here are some noteworthy achievements. Our engineering students proved their excellence by winning the 2014 Sasol Baja SAE competition, showcasing their remarkable ability to conceptualize real-world engineering projects. The Unit for Sustainable Water Environment was established in cooperation with local and international partners to address the ongoing water scarcity crisis. A new drug was discovered in 2016 to treat parasite-caused infections in aquatic animals, and the research was published in the prestigious scientific reports. Collaboration with traditional healers in Tabanchu assisted in integrating indigenous knowledge with modern medicine. A precision diesel system was launched to automate farmers' logbooks for tax-related finances. Our students built a solar car that competed globally in the Sasol Solar Car Challenge. Our hotel school and agricultural farm offer top-notch training for our students, enabling them to succeed in their respective fields of hospitality and farming. Essential medical equipment was developed during the COVID-19 pandemic, such as 3D printed masks for non-invasive patient ventilation, hospital equipment, and sanitizers. Our investment in this technology helped us become the first institution in Africa to receive ISO 13485 certification for manufacturing medical devices. We have 12 photovoltaic solar arrays and 153.7 kilowatt peak solar plant, allowing students to learn about solar-powered terrain. Every thread we weave leaves an indelible mark on history. We celebrate this 20-year milestone and honor those who came before us. We stand on the shoulders of giants and make our mark, determined to pave the way for future generations. For 20 years, we have been thinking beyond, shaping the future and inspiring greatness. Our story is a testament to the power of perseverance, the beauty of innovation, and the boundless potential of the human spirit. We boldly look towards the future with unyielding confidence, knowing that the best is yet to come. We march forward with determination, knowing that together we are beginning a new chapter of CUT's journey. CUT, 20 years of thinking beyond. University of Technology, Free State, CUT, where 20 years of vision and dedication have forged a path of inspiration and brilliance. As the sun rises on this auspicious year of 2024, we stand at the threshold of possibility, gazing back at our journey and looking forward to the horizons yet of citizens. Together with our staff and partners, these graduates have been the backbone of many innovations at CUT. We continue to empower current students through entrepreneurship education to think creatively and approach challenges with innovation. This effort has proven successful, and we are proud of this new spirit of entrepreneurship. We have utilized our expertise in additive manufacturing, advanced product manufacturing, and food safety to develop a potential sustainable food supply and manufacturing capacity, especially for brewing. Various centers have been established to advance our knowledge in food sustainability, biotechnology, rapid prototyping and manufacturing, developing the local medical device industry, and reducing the country's reliance on costly imported medical devices. The project has already positively impacted more than 2,500 patients. The project continues to grow. Our pioneering efforts in the medical field are truly inspiring and a testament to the power of innovation. Here are some noteworthy achievements. Our engineering students proved their excellence by winning the 2014 Sasol Baja SAE competition, showcasing their remarkable ability to conceptualize real-world engineering projects. The Unit for Sustainable Water Environment was established in cooperation with local and international partners to address the ongoing water scarcity crisis. A new drug was discovered in 2016 to treat parasite-caused infections in aquatic animals, and the research was published in the prestigious scientific reports. Collaboration with traditional healers in Tabanchu assisted in integrating indigenous knowledge with modern medicine. A precision diesel system was launched to automate farmers' logbooks for tax-related finances. Our students built a solar car that competed globally in the Sasol Solar Car Challenge. Our hotel school and agricultural farm offer top-notch training for our students, enabling them to succeed in their respective fields of hospitality and farming. Essential medical equipment was developed during the COVID-19 pandemic, such as 3D printed masks for non-invasive patient ventilation, hospital equipment, and sanitizers. Our investment in this technology helped us become the first institution in Africa to receive ISO 13485 certification for manufacturing medical devices. We have 12 photovoltaic solar arrays and a 153.7 kilowatt peak solar plant, allowing students to learn about solar power terrain. Every thread we weave leaves an indelible mark on history. We celebrate this 20-year milestone and honor those who came before us. We stand on the shoulders of giants and make our mark, determined to pave the way for future generations. For 20 years, we have been thinking beyond, shaping the future and inspiring greatness. Our story is a testament to the power of perseverance, the beauty of innovation, and the boundless potential of the human spirit. We boldly look towards the future with unyielding confidence, knowing that the best is yet to come. We march forward with determination, knowing that together we are beginning a new chapter of CUT's journey. CUT, 20 years of thinking beyond.
afternoon, colleagues. Let us then begin with our afternoon session so that we do not waste any more time. We still have quite a lot of exciting presentations to go through. I think for the sake of time as well, for this afternoon session, we'll allow our presenters to introduce themselves as they come up to the podium. So remember, before lunch, we were still busy with session 3, where now we will take you through the Provincial Space Development Framework, which will then be presented by Mr. Frani Mini. He will then introduce himself to you guys, and then we continue in that manner. Thank you so much for coming back. This is the graveyard shift, but I still hope that we will be attentive and we will keep engaging with fruitful conversations and questions. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to not speak over that thing because it frustrates me. You can hear me. Everybody can hear me. Seeing that Chris took off his jacket, I think I saw it the first time when Leo Buscalier presented in the early 80s. I did honor the meeting with the jacket, but let me get it off so I can do a decent performance. My name is Fani Mini. I am from the National Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, recently divorced agriculture. And I'm responsible for spatial planning and land use management and the National Drone Program. I'm not allowed to talk about the drones, but I might sneak it in. It's one of my passions to let the technology open up what we do. I've got the honor, before I say, to the 2 MECs in the room, acknowledge. It's always an honor to present to the executive of the province and all the distinguished colleagues. You see, when you go off script, then you talk nonsense. So I'm presenting the PSDF. We had the privilege to support the province after the previous DG requested us to support with it. I can at least say that it was run by Office of the Premier. I think they got me into a meeting exactly once, but I trust them in what they do. So let me... and I'll probably make it within time. So I'm going to start with a little bit of a national perspective first, the PSDF, then a bit of the national perspective, and then I'll go into the detail. There's a 7-minute video, and that lady will cover everything I forgot to say, so I'm quite confident I won't miss anything. So let me have a go at it. So the first thing, what is an SDF? We all know about Spluma. If you don't know about Spluma, the good old Metro sued national government in 2010, and they said, you are doing planning on our behalf, provinces and national. They won the court case and they took planning. So one of the things that we need to understand from the beginning when it's about SDFs and about planning is that the Constitution Schedule 5 of 4A and B is very clear. Municipal planning is the only place where you can approve any development. I think Chris spoke about MPTs, but I think it's vital that we do understand that anything you do, from subdivision, consolidation, land use change, approval of a shebeen, which is the smallest business I can quickly think of, to the 10 billion rand mall that you're building, all goes through a municipal MPT. And there's no way provincial and national government can touch that power. Some of the government, don't want to say which departments, did go to Concord, and all 4 cases was lost. The last one, Concord, was clear. This is a municipal job. You will not touch it. So it's important to know that. So where do we then position a provincial SDF? So there's something called matters of provincial interest, and matters of provincial interest is defined in the Constitution, and it's very clear those things that falls within that sphere. So when we did this, we had to sort of be careful to direct municipalities, give them strategic direction in terms of what government on national level wants through a PSDF, but not go where we should not go. Then, touching on this, so Spluma, Section 12 and Section 15, my favorite quote on Spluma is 7E Roman 2 and 12.2a says, all national, provincial government and municipal government must participate when an SDF is developed. So if you see an SDF, it's this collaborative thing. Law says we will come together and we will do it together, if we want to or not. You'll see that the Cabinet has approved the national SDF. I am very sure if I say raise your hands who's seen the NSDF, it's probably nobody. I don't know why. We tried, we're still trying, but the message is not out there yet. So Cabinet gave us the instruction as the owners of the Act to develop a plan for the country. I'll show you a little bit, and they approved it in 2022. Then, as part of that, my other great passion is the small town regeneration, the Karoo. Now, if you're not sure where the Karoo starts, it starts 5 k's that way. From Mangaung right through to Swellendam, Telbach, to the Orange River in the north, into the Eastern Cape. So it covers 4 provinces. And it's one of my pet projects, and I absolutely love the small towns, because that's the challenge. If you can make them work, the rest of us has got hope. The Karoo conference is later this month. Second week of before last, we're having it, and it's Free State's turn to actually host it. It's open to anybody, so you can just pitch. And our minister will say something, unless something changes. And then Salga is there, so we've literally brought them together. What's magic about that conference is 50 municipalities pitch, nobody pays for it. Because they want to be there, because that's how we effect change. And then the Vaal region, I have to say something. So obviously Gauteng is running out of land. I think the MEC spoke about it. They're busy jumping into Free State. So one of the things that we had to be very careful is to say you can jump the river, but on Free State's terms. So I think it's vital that we get that portion in to make sure they don't walk across the border and they do what they want. Then after 10 years, I can maybe tell this joke thing that I follow Chris now religiously. We had a meeting with the president, and when he approved, when Cabinet approved the NSDF, he said to us, but remember the proof is in the pudding. So when we got there last time, we went there and said, Mr. President, today we're here to ask for a spoon. And he laughed at us, but he allowed us an interministerial committee on spatial planning. We've been trying for 10 years to get that right. So we're going to establish a MINTEC and a MINMAC to put spatial planning where we right at the center. So provinces and us can come together and discuss where we want to take it. Okay, the rest should go quicker. Oh, and I'm so happy that Treasury is here. This is my favorite Treasury present slide. I have unfortunately took some liberties in editing it from the last version that's published, and I've added the national SDF and the provincial SDF. But what is vital in this is, in all of our funding models, if we want to do something on land, and we want to change land use, and we want to get something approved, on average in South Africa, it takes you 6 years. You buy a piece of land for 10 million rand, your interest rate is 100,000 rand a month, and you wait 6 years before you can build. That's too long. We know this, and that's one of the things, that's why the PGDS, and we're very grateful that they've incorporated the whole initiative around MPTs, and that MPT process, it's not only MPTs, the EIAs, there's a few processes that slots into it, but it's vital that we get that process right. Because I think the structure in terms of how we plan, there's nothing wrong with it, but the fact that we take so long in getting something approved, appetite disappears. What we see nationally now is nobody, except in the good old Cape Town, South Africa Cape Town, wants to develop in Western Cape. The other day I had a case where they took 9 months to decide where the new Yellowwood trees is going to be built. And it was a 2 billion rand development. So that timeline is just madness. So Western Cape is on that side of the equilibrium. It takes too long. They've got too much nonsense. And then some of the other provinces, I cannot say Free State, takes very long, and some of the MPTs doesn't sit. And it's simple. If we can't get these mechanisms to work, development will not work, because you can't insure the place, banks won't give you a loan. So it's vital that government gets this right. Okay, so what is an SDF? So I think that the good example we have is Anglo-American in Katu, in the Northern Cape. When we did an SDF there, we got put together with them and said, we need 6 schools. So we'll zone, we will allow you, in terms of the SDF, to do your mining initiatives, that trade-off. You can literally negotiate when you do an SDF. We will allow you this, but you will build 6 schools. You will run a fibre from Kimberley, that's 276 kilometers, and you will maintain those 6 schools for 20 years. And they signed. And there's more examples. So you can do a trade-off. So it's important. I'll show you trade-off zones now within the Free State. There's a few of them. So it's this thing where in space, and why is it in space? Because all of us from different departments share one thing. Doesn't matter if it's health or human settlement, we share space. We want to do something. If I build a hospital here, it is surrounded by a community. It's the same community. So I share that community if I'm from health. If I'm human settlement, I share the community. So that way in space is the common denominator. And I think I'll show it a little bit later in the slides, but what we've done is we've created a system where anybody that sits here, from private individuals right through every sector department, there's 88 mandates in government. If you haven't counted them, I counted them. 88. So 88 different departments that's got impact on what you do. And how do we integrate them? We come together in space. So where in space, over time, do we spend our money? And that is what we need to communicate, because that gives us policy certainty. And we all know, the bankers, if you've got policy certainty, people might be interested to invest. If you don't have policy certainty, then people are not sure. It's like I saw this no development in Mangaung. That's I want to build another airport just 50 km that way for the drones, but I didn't say it. But I'll speak to the Queen and see what we get right. So the idea is that if you want to do something, I can't force you to trust me. I can't force you to feel safe. And if I want your money, you must feel safe and you must feel trust. And we can't force certain things. So certain things is a problem, but that's where we create this government. Certain policy perspectives, this is what it is. We are behind this. So there's the Free State. Now, this is a complex map. I'll see if I can, let me see if you can see. Can you see the mouse? Okay, I'll try my best to illustrate this. So what we've done, the yellow of my favorite arid region you can't see. Okay. So what we've done is you cannot take your finger and put it on a map in the Free State where we do not have some policy directive for that space. We've covered everything. There's layers on layers on layers of maps. We've got the biodiversity stuff for environmental affairs. We've got agriculture, high potential agriculture land. If you don't know it and you want to develop within high potential agriculture, you must get approval from PD Alpha, and they will possibly just say no. So there's a lot of those things that you need to layer and then end up here. So let me start at the bottom. So you'll see here the orange river at the bottom, Garib. So Garib, right around the river, we've identified 2 things I think that's critical there. The first one is the environmental protective zone, conservation. So, and that zone sits, to the right, you'll see them. Conservation focus, tourism, arid, innovation, all of them. I'll try to speak to them a little bit so you can just see. So we've got, okay, let me do this rather. Mineral, welcome. I don't think we have to worry. We know there's coal towards the north of the Val Dam as well. Then your strategic investment areas. So you've got Bloemfontein, Tabanshu, Botshabelo, Harrismith, Bethlehem. You've got Sasol, you've got Kroonstad and welcome. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's where they are. You cannot regulate investment into being, unfortunately. So we have to see where they are, and then how do we use that to actually filter out and then link to the areas around it. Then starting from Garib, so the whole of Garib and Tokologo is colored in yellow. It's the arid area. Now that is one of the National Spatial Action Areas, I'll show you now, that Parliament has approved. So Garib with Tokologo is actually elevated to national importance. And that's part of the Karoo, the Small Town Regeneration Initiative. And we started with that in 2015. And hopefully next year, it's our 10-year anniversary. So we're going to have a big do somewhere. Planning an investment, part of an investment now, and then next year we'll do that. Then we've got, let me just see, our human settlement focus. That's basically around the big yellow blobs. Your solar line to the left for renewable energy. I'm happy. I actually checked this morning. The President made a statement last night, 10 things. Anybody saw the 10 things? Some people must. And I'm happy to say that I could see all 10 here. I've actually wrote it up into 2 pages. So we checked that what we've got in the PSDF, that echoes, and I'll show some of it, but we're quite happy that we've covered that at least in everything. Then Gauteng, I'll speak to that a little bit later. And ICT, so what we've said, I think we saw Minister Dalil say something about everybody getting 50 gigs. Not sure exactly how that's going to happen, but let's see. All I know in my business, so I write apps and dashboards and fly things and whatnot. So technology is the core. We could, during COVID, I was sitting in my living room and I had 6,000 people spending R1 billion and get a clean audit from my living room. Because technology does that. If we don't get those things sorted, we can't go on. So, okay, so that's it. I'll say something about the tourism on the north, going into it. I just want to show on the national SDF. Yeah, let me go there. There is a 200-page document behind this. There's no way I can cover everything. So there's lots of pictures, so please read it. It's not a difficult read. And ask us if there's anything. So we've got 2 dates for the National Development Plan. This is what Parliament approved. 2030, yeah, and then 2050. So the transformational horizon that Parliament set for us is in 2050. And we all know this. If you want to do, everybody's seen the Cape Town BNA. Do you know it's in its 40th year of development? They had a 50-year plan. And if you see something being built there, it's not new. It's this long plan that they're busy going forward to. There might be small things that they tweak, but they had that vision in the 70s already. So you need to understand that planning and restructuring a large space is not something that you can do in a small term. It's that old saying that says you can't solve climate change in one political term. It's a simple thing. I mean, people work within their terms, and that's why, and you need a 50, 60-year term. Okay, let me not talk too much nonsense. So you'll see that in Free State, let me see if I can get my mouse there. So this yellow here, there's 2 regions here. I'll show you. Oh, by the way, at the corner, there's a QR code for the National SD. If you want, you can just scan and whoops, it will be downloaded. So that's the arid area. So basically what happened is those 200 towns says nobody's going to rescue us. We're too small, economy of scale. 5 minutes, I'll try. So they said, let's come together and we need to find a solution. Because if you go to Mediclinic and you want to build a hospital in Springbok, I tried. They say, it's too small, doesn't make sense for us. So your normal ways of lending money and what stuff makes sense in terms of economy doesn't work within a small town. And that's why Garib, Tokologo and the rest of them came together and said, but we have to start looking at different funding models because the normal models will never allow us to do decent development within that space. Then obviously the greenest natural resource. There's a production heartland of South Africa, the bread basket basically, and then the light green next to the Malutis. That is the, where is it now? Agri enterprise and small scale farming. And funny enough, places like Vicksburg has got a competitive advantage that they have vegetables for 2 weeks of the year than when nobody else has it. So you sit with a space, if you can connect them, you can do something. Okay, so the National SDF did a few things. We introduced something called National Spatial Action Areas, and you'll see there's provincial, and in province we also have provincial action areas. We brought it down. Not going to go into the detail, but basically we said as government we're going to focus on certain areas, and those areas we're going to further unpack. There's 5 of them. Yeah. Seeing that I've got 5 minutes and I need to perform a miracle. Okay, now I get 7 more. But, oh, is it not on?
Yeah.
Presentation mode. You see, that's at least 3 minutes. Okay. So this is one of the action areas. It's the Northwestern Transformation and Economic Transition Region. I have to read it because it's lots of words, but basically it links Maseru right to Namibia. You'll see Namibia and Botswana. So the idea is that it's this sort of linkage. All the other linkages is Gauteng, Cape Town, Gauteng, Durban. So we're trying to establish a horizontal link to Namibia through this region. And that's then parts of Gariep, Mangaung that's affected within the Free State. Okay, just go there. And then the Central Innovation Belt. I can't remember who said it. There's somebody, one of the speakers this morning talked about we need to contain Gauteng. And what's happening is, so what we've done is we've drawn a development node around Gauteng. And that's where the Vaal RSDF is. And that's the portion where Gauteng is actively, actually the Metsima Holland has signed agreements, lease agreements with the Gauteng government to actually already have access to some of the properties. So they're coming if we want to know it or not. We just need to figure out how to deal with it. Okay. Then the Upper Vaal catchment, that's the transport corridor, Gauteng, Durban. And there's the Vaal RSDF. There's the Karoo RSDF. There's lots of work. Like I say, we've been busy in the Karoo for almost 10 years now. I'll see if I can. I'll play the video last while I go sit, and then maybe there's 7 minutes for it. I don't know. There's only 3 slides here, so I'm almost there. So we've got this development lever, and if you looked at the 10 things that the president said, they're all in there. He could have used this as the, maybe he read the PSD for Free State when he came up with the 10 things, because enabling infrastructure and foundation of interconnectivity, that's your rail, your transport of Eskom, the things that he said. So I was very happy to see that. I think we've sort of got that linkages. So levers is our spatial goals, in other words, where in space things we want to do. Drivers is the outcomes we want, and I think that's the connectivity movement networks. Like I said, the connection is there. Our spatial directives, we didn't do per local municipality. It would be ideal, but it's just not possible on such a scale. So we stopped at the district plan, and obviously the idea is to link to the DDMs. So that gives them. So every district has got a specific section within the document that deals with it, that can be taken into the DDM like that. And then the regional approach. So regional approach is a simple thing. It's called co-terminus issues. And yeah, the English, ne? So what happens is, if you municipality, let's say you Ngwate, but Metsima is busy polluting the water. Well, for that matter, Gauteng, because the water reservoir for the whole of Gauteng is there. If they're busy polluting the water, but you don't have jurisdictional access over them, because you're the guy next door, you receive this contaminated water. And that's called coterminous issues. So what we're busy doing now on a national scale, that's why we went to these regions and special action areas. So we can say, let's cross the borders, because sometimes we have to say, you're a bit naughty and they're affecting them. We need to solve this problem now. And that gives national government now sort of a little bit of leeway to spend money on their water treatment plants so it solves the problem downstream. She looks at me as if... So there's lots of layers. I'm not going to go into it. We try to put some of the national ones on, the local ones for Free State. All I can tell you, we've covered everything. We made very sure that there's not a single space that doesn't have anything, and I want to say, okay, so this is the last slide, and then you've got a tough time with me. So we've decided on a few areas. We didn't want to do the whole of the Free State because you've got certain national priorities that already deals with them. The arid area, for instance, is already there. So Gariep and Tokolog is elevated to a national priority. So there's no point in us adding it separately unless we want to do something different. And seeing that everybody, I know Officer Premier sits with us in that meeting, seeing that we're doing it in any case, there was no point to adding another one, except that we reference that one and say, this guides us. Maluti is specifically on tourism. Mangung is, I can't remember everything. Dani will be better now. The gateways and so forth. Let me go back. Hey, yeah. Let me say two more things and then I'll walk. two more things. So what you see on the screen is a silly legend. Doesn't look like much. But what I've done is I wrote this in every bylaw of every municipality. And I forced all land use schemes and all SDFs to conform to this thing, which you can now think about. If you see where I started with legislation and we're not allowed to touch anything, we did overstep a little bit. But this gives us a space for every department within the Free State to file themselves. And by doing that, Environmental Affairs knows they're in A and B. Agriculture know they're in C. Human Settlement, COCTA, those ones know they're in D. So we created a home so that when municipalities take this SDF and they then want to roll it down to a district or a local, they've got, it links to their stuff seamlessly and there's no problem. So there was a deliberate sort of policy design to see how do we create that vertical and horizontal alignment. And then if I don't do this, she's going to kick me off. Am I done? No questions.
Welcome to our iteration of the Provincial Special Development Framework of the Free State Province. In this video, we'll delve into how the PSDF strategies aim to unlock development potential and address current challenges that the province is facing. The PSDF aims to unlock potential by implementing 5 strategies, addressing the current stumbling blocks and untapped potential. It uses the terms levers and drivers, where the levers are the main strategic goals and the drivers are the special outcomes needed to achieve these goals. The action areas focus on interventions based on regional and community needs. Lever 1, enabling infrastructure as a foundation of interconnectivity and access. Lever 1 aims to improve infrastructure and ensure optimal utilization. Driver 1, improve connectivity and movement networks. This driver focuses on maintaining, upgrading and expanding transport and ICT infrastructure. Reliable transport and ICT infrastructure are essential for improving stable base for economic activities and community interactions, facilitating seamless movement and communication. Driver 2 focuses on improved access and quality of basic services. This ensures that municipalities function effectively through optimized water and sanitation infrastructure. Clean audits and healthy financial base are emphasized, ensuring that municipalities can deliver high-class services to communities and upstream providers. Lever 2, effective and expedited spatial governance. To promote investor confidence and to create a pro-development environment, spatial governance process must be effective, predictable, and transparent. Driver 1 focuses on the realization of spatial justice through good administration, which enhances the skills and capacity of officials and municipal planning tribunals. This creates a predictable and transparent decision-making environment. By improving an administrative process, decision-making timeframes can be shortened, which ensures that spatial justice is achieved promptly. Driver 2 prioritizes the establishment of expedited land use management processes and streamlines the development of application process for priority projects aligned with the PSDF vision. This involves simplifying procedures and reducing bureaucratic delays, making it easier for investors and developers to undertake projects that drive economic development. The action areas for Lever 2 focus on municipalities with priority and complex projects, which may require additional skills and assistance with land use applications. Lever 2 also identifies key partners such as the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and the Department of Economics, Small Business Development, Tourism, Environmental Affairs to enable streamlined land use application process. These partnerships are crucial for enhancing and ensuring efficiency and effective spatial governance. Lever 3, enhancing urban and rural connections. Lever 3 aims to improve living spaces by enhancing access to social services, housing and transportation, while creating job opportunities in both urban and rural settings. The first driver focuses on improving spaces where people live. It ensures integrated methods and processes for housing projects, including transport, education, and social services during planning phases. This holistic approach combats past spatial injustices, revitalizing CBDs of large urban centers and reviving small towns with a strong economic basis and untapped potential. Driver 2 expands on the competitive advantage of job creation. It promotes investment in agriculture, petrochemicals, and logistics. The driver also focuses on value chain development, industrial parks, and special economic zones. This strategy aims to harness the province's existing strengths and stimulate economic growth and job creation. Lever 4, sustainable resource utilization. To ensure longevity, resources must be used sustainably to protect against economic and environmental shocks. The protection of key resources safeguards vulnerable resources crucial to Free State's functionality and identity. Key components include protecting environmental resources to mitigate the impact of human activity, preserving cultural heritage sites for future generations, safeguarding high potential agricultural land, and extend the lifespan of mining activities to shield communities from impact of mining closures. Key action areas of Lever 4 include environmental expansion areas, high temperature and rainfall variability areas, agriculture and agri-mining trade-off zones, agriculture development zones, and the mineral beneficiation zones. These areas are critical for ensuring sustainable development that balances economic growth with environmental preservation. Lever 5, emerging market support. This strategy focuses on new economic markets to create investor-friendly environments for large-scale growth. Renewable energy generation supports and streamlines energy generation projects, promoting small-scale generation and linking it with Lever 2's second driver to streamline land use application processes for the IPP projects. Renewable energy projects are essential for sustainable economic growth and reducing province carbon footprint. Natural gas extractions and distribution promotes the expansion of the Virginia Gas Project and the establishment of related infrastructure, such as the interprovincial gas pipelines. This will boost the energy sector and create new economic opportunities. Green hydrogen generation prepares Sasolburg for green hydrogen production in conjunction with Phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands project. The initiative positions the province at the forefront of innovative and sustainable energy solutions. Driver 4, electric vehicle support, establishes EV charging stations along major transportation routes and provides skills programs for community participation in EV support service industries. By supporting the transition to electrical vehicles, the province can reduce emissions and create new job opportunities in the green economy. As we look at the past, present, and future, achieving our goals requires action. Every individual and organization must work together to ensure a better future for upcoming generations, while honoring the hard work of previous generations that have brought us to where we are today. Thank you for joining us in exploring the PSDF strategies for the Free State Province. Together, we can create a prosperous and sustainable future.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Can I please then just request that we jot down our questions, and then at the end of all the presentations, we will then have one consolidated Q&A session. Yes, Ms.
So I just want to make one comment because I'm going to leave again. The presentation was made in ESCO, and I think we strongly lobby for the inclusion of the fifth corridor, which is Carib, despite the fact that the national is doing it. Our argument was that if national is already doing something, it gives even more weight for us as the 15th floor. So I'm not going to accept an explanation that because national have it, so let's leave it out. How are we going to convince the province that we are serious about Khabib being included when it is not part of our presentation? So I'm going to persuade the presenters that let us not take it out in the same way we have added ESCO. Let's put Khabib because it will then make our case to be even more strong. Khabib, I think, is the most one that needs their support in this SPDF than all these other districts. So if we are going to take it out, just on the view that already national is doing something, we are going to miss the point somewhere. So I think there has to be some serious double efforts by the province together with the national government to ensure that we keep it in our SPDF, but we also have it at the national. So it's an added advantage for Khabib, given their problems. But this argument that it's already there, national is already taking care of it, then let's leave it out. We are really going to have a problem. The tendency that I've seen throughout these special programs and plans that are being supported by national, they also look at the support that we give as a province to such plans. So if indeed you are going to say, let's not have it maybe somewhere else because we are really going to fail them, I'm afraid that national will end up saying, even the province is not taking care of them, why are we doing it? So we really need to be conscious of that fact. So that's the point that I just wanted to raise before I leave, because I'm joining another meeting with the and MEC, LSAD, and MMC also. So there are many activities in the So I really want to apologize on their behalf. We are going to leave you again. But thanks, tomorrow we'll be here again to another debate. And good luck for the remaining time for today. Thank you.
Do the questions. Thank you very much, colleagues. As I have kindly requested that we please just jot down our questions on the SDF so that when we are done with all the presentation, we'll just have a consolidated Q&A session. So for this last session, session 4, where we will be looking at municipal and township economy innovation, our first presenter will be Dr. Dinze, who will be taking us through a presentation titled Reimagining Local Municipalities in the Free State, South Africa through the Lens of a Smart City Development as a Driver of Economic Growth. Because he's my previous classmate in varsity, he has 45 minutes to do his presentation. To all the speakers in this session, can we please kindly stick to the 15 minutes presentation so that we still have time at the end to answer all the questions. And to my new bosses that gave me this job, I guess I will be failing with my new KPIs, as I do also need to leave around just after 4:10 to go fetch my son from school. So let us stick to time. I know I look young. Let's stick to time, please. 15 minutes presentation so that we still have time at the end for Q&A. You introduce yourself most when you...
It's this one. Thank you, sis. Greetings, everyone, and all protocol observed. My name is Sive Dinsi, as introduced by Dr. Kumbisa, and I'm a director responsible for planning and LED in Guate Municipality. I'm not alone. Today, I'm with the co-authors that are present here today. Dr. Mutamaha, who's the municipal manager at Guate Municipality. I'm also with Dr. Donis, who's an executive director for corporate services and good governance at Machabeng Municipality. I'm also with Dr. Kukoni, who's a senior manager for ICT at Machabeng Municipality. Dr. Sfako, who's a executive director for LED at Machabeng, is off sick for the day. Our topic goes about reimagining local municipalities in the Free State, South Africa, through the lens of smart city development as a driver of economic growth in the province. Basically, what we intend to do is to understand what smart city development is as a concept and how do we implement this idea in our local municipalities practically so within the Free State. This presentation is solely based on preliminary findings of our study, as we had recently submitted our abstract, I think as late as recent as last week. So it's a paper that we are about to embark on. Just the normal concepts that we need to understand. Of course, local municipalities are low-tier spheres of government operating directly with communities in society, delivering basic services, water, electricity, and so on. The concept of smart city is all about the use of digital tools, Internet of Things, ICT, and other innovations that really talk to an advanced way of running our urban areas. And then the concept of economic growth, of course, it's within the context of smart cities. How do we bring these two ideas together and to create viable municipalities, which, of course, through this study is viewed through enhanced infrastructure, improved services, innovations, and also intensifying the traction of investment into our municipalities. Our preliminary findings do tell us that the status of municipalities in the Free State are, in fact, in a financial crisis. And, of course, there's issues that we all know related to poor governance in some instances. We know that most of our municipalities are facing challenges of high debts that are related to ESCOM and other water boards that are existing. We're also struggling with issues of obtaining clean audits as local municipalities. There's also notable service delivery issues where municipalities are struggling to ensure the delivery of water, electricity, sanitation, amongst other services to our local communities. Our preliminary findings also state that there's capacity and administrative instabilities within our local municipalities, particularly in the context of smart city development, linking that with planning, as well as LED departments that exist within our municipalities. I know for the longest of time, municipalities where you'd find an LED department, it would be used as a department to just throw everyone there and without the relevant skills. But this paper will look into investigating what ways can we capacitate our LED units to talk to this burning, pressing need to realize smart city development within our municipalities. Of course, I've mentioned there's issues of infrastructure decay that we're experiencing in municipalities, collapsing and water treatment plants that are not maintained, old infrastructure in our municipalities, materials that are unwanted such as asbestos. You see this on pipes, you see this on housing roofs. These are some of the infrastructure challenges that we continue to face in municipalities. So how do we address this with the burning need to realize smart development in our municipalities? Of course, there's also opportunities that exist within our municipalities, given the challenges that we are faced with. There's a strong desire from the provincial government, of course, to intervene in municipalities. There's various programs that talk to improving the situations in municipalities, including smart city initiatives. You'll see examples in Tabezwe as well as in Clarence, where there's been a number of pilot projects that have commenced in those spaces, and this is based on our preliminary findings. We're still going to investigate. And these are some of the elements of a smart city development that we just need to take into consideration. Of course, we need to talk of smart infrastructure, where smart meters for water can be used, sensor networks, efficient utilities that talk to electricity, as well as waste management. The connectivity and ICT, Wi-Fi connectivity, I think in most municipalities we're still far back in terms of improving or taking to a higher level internet connection within those spaces, and I think it's one area that we need to zoom into as government, of course working together with the relevant stakeholders in the private sector. Data and analytics, real-time monitoring of activities, governance and citizen engagement. Obviously, this talks to digital service delivery. We need to be transparent in our processes of creating what we call a smart city. Sustainability and resilience. Of course, there's concepts of green infrastructure. There's efforts to achieving efficient energy delivery and adaptability to shocks. We've been seeing a number of floods taking place all over the world, and in the South African context, we've been seeing a lot of this happening in KZN. So how do our interventions in creating a smart city talk to some of these challenges that we are faced with? Obviously, urban planning and mobility or transport come in handy when we talk of a smart city. How do we integrate these planning systems to ensuring that there's efficient transport, the urban morphology of our local municipalities is spatially laid out in such a way that it supports any initiatives that are related to smart city development, and of course the integration of various land uses with services that we ought to provide as municipalities. Of course, I've already mentioned the case studies that are underway in terms of smart town development. The smart city, smart town, depends on the context, that are currently taking place within Dihlabeng municipality. Some of the potential solutions that can be implemented within the Free State based on our preliminary observations, I'll just mention them. Some of the key areas are that of smart energy demand management, water resource management, waste and sanitation management, digital citizen services and governance, connectivity and broadband access, and obviously smart planning and land use. I've touched on some of these concepts, but these are some of the solutions or focus areas that we ought to focus on in the paper, and of course towards implementation in our local municipalities. And moving on, of course, we need to attract investment. Smart city doesn't just happen. There needs to be funding generated towards supporting programs that talk to smart city development in municipalities. And of course, we need people who will implement smart city development interventions, talks to job creation. We need, of course, improved efficiency and reduced costs, especially regard to electricity and water, to find ways through smart technology to assist us in such aspects. And of course, service reliability and quality of life will impact on this, as we need to we need to ensure that there's retention of key expertise that can be able to assist us within the Free State and its municipalities to move towards the direction that we can realize a number of smart cities and towns. Innovation ecosystems and resilient of shocks, I think I've spoken to that. Of course, as administrators in government, professionals, we can't do this alone. There is a need for political will and leadership that should steer the ship towards the direction that we want to achieve smart development. We need a number of projects that will be piloted that talk to smart city development, such as that of Clarence that I've already mentioned, and access to funding. Grants need to be created, or we need funding in place to talk to concepts of smart city development. Because at times it can, even though it is advanced, it can be quite expensive. And some of the impediments is that there's financial instability in many municipalities. Hence the reason why I mentioned that we need funding to be put in place to realize smart city development. And of course, there are weak technical and managerial capacity, vacant posts, and unskilled staff. I think I spoke to this, particularly in the context of planning and LED departments within local municipalities. That's a space that most municipalities would need support in. Infrastructure decay has already been mentioned. Legal systems, constraints. I know there's been a number of complaints in local government that there's just too many red tapes. We need to find a way around some of the systems that are existing so that we are able to fast-track development within local municipalities. Innovation, which comes, of course, with the concept of smart city development, are some of the ways that we can deal with such challenges. A strategic roadmap that speaks to how we can commence as a province to implement smart city development. I'll just touch on the phases. Of course, we need to diagnose and do our planning, understand what is it that in the Free State context and its municipalities would be suitable for smart city development intervention. We need to pilot projects, we need to scale and integrate, rolling out small smart solutions across towns within the Free State. We need to ensure that there's capacity within municipalities and province for that matter, monitoring and feedback to ensure that whatever smart city development projects that we implement are well implemented. Coming to the recommendations, I think at a provincial level we need to consider what would be termed a smart city strategy. I'm not too sure whether it would be housed under Destia, but the smart city strategy needs to talk to the priorities and give a clear direction in terms of how do we go about within the Free State to implement a smart city development. We need to ensure financial reform and accountability, first to improve revenue collection with our municipalities. We need to prioritize infrastructure stability, of course, the normal services that we offer to local municipalities. Of course, integrating these services with smart technology, foster public-private partnerships to bring in technology. There's a number of big companies that want to come into our municipal spaces. Let's find ways to to bring them on board, even if it's through triple Ps, bring them on board, work together with them, and implement a number of smart city developments that would impact highly our communities. And then lastly, we need to promote digital inclusion to ensure all communities have access to connectivity and digital services through the smart city development. I think some of these I've touched on. Of course, once we reach a level where we now implementing smart city projects, these are some of the KPIs. That we ought to include as part of our targets, and local municipal contexts in what you call your SDBIBs. Of course, we need to measure the percentage of municipalities with clean audits. We need to talk to revenue, number of smart infrastructure deployments or projects. All of these measurements and KPIs, these are what we script into our SDBIBs at local municipal level to ensure that we are able to gauge some of the progress that we've achieved as municipalities, and where there's challenges of implementing some of smart development projects, we seek intervention. Of course, there's always risks and mitigations. And there's always ways around all of these. These are some of the risks that we've identified in our preliminary assessments, is that obviously there's always going to be risks of smart infrastructure that is underused or failing, inequality of access, some communities able to access some of these smart city developments and others. So we need to bridge that gap in between communities. Governance and corruption risks, of course, that is always there, and we need to find a way around these challenges. There's many challenges that we can expect to be encountered but there's mitigations to all of these, of which in the paper that we are about to write, we will explore in depth. These are some of the growth impacts that we're forecasting at this stage. Of course, estimating what could happen if municipalities could reduce interruptions for electricity versus smart demand management. Also potential for new local jobs, installation and maintenance of smart infrastructure. There's new developments that we want to implement, savings from reduced losses, improved service quality. And in concluding, Dr. Kobisa, the Free State faces a number of challenges, of course, that we probably all know in local government, related to performance, finance and infrastructure. Smart city development offers a path to rethinking municipalities as engines of economic growth and in a smart way. Of course, the early initiatives that I've touched on are proof of concept. The path forward requires a strong leadership, financial reform and support, and of course, inclusive planning as a concept that will assist us in ensuring our smart city developments. And then lastly, with strategic execution, smart city development can boost economic growth in our municipalities, essentially ensuring improved quality of life and making municipalities resilient and sustainable. Thank you so much. 15 minutes. I think it's 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Doc. Please don't disappear. Remember, we will still have Q&A at the end. Our next presentation is titled E-Governance as a Catalyst for Effective Service Delivery in the Free State Province, which will be presented by... What's that one? Okay, cool. Apologies, colleagues. It seems that the presenter is not here, so we will move on to the next presentation, which is titled An Impact of Resilience on the Utilization of Technology Innovations by Local Governments for Sustainable small, medium enterprises recruitment, which will be presented by Dr. Tsebo.
Good afternoon, colleagues, all protocol observed. As the program director has indicated, my name is Tsepo Kukuni. I'm with these people that we've co-authored this paper, and as Dr. Diedins has alluded, that this it is a work in progress paper. So first of all, colleagues, it is something that we should be honored and be happy for, that we have two municipalities that are collaborating instead of working against each other. Okay, I'll just rush through what we'll be looking at. We'll be looking at the key definitions, purpose of the study, the challenges that we have with SMMEs, especially within Free State local government, the importance for adoration of innovative SMME programs, the theoretical foundations, the technical innovations in local government, the benefits, impact, as well as the conclusion and recommendations. So first of all, in terms of the definitions, SME recruitment, it just basically means the efforts to engage on board or support or provide opportunities for SMMEs. Resilience, the ability of local government systems to anticipate, absorb, adapt to, and recover from shocks and ongoing stress. Technology innovations, which is very critical, which is something that we'll be zooming more into. It is new or improved digital tools, platforms, or processes. Then lastly, we'll be looking at sustainability, which is long-term viability in terms of business survival. So what the purpose of this study, colleagues, is to determine the effects that lead to Free State local government from optimally using technological tools for SMME recruitment processes. Secondly, to determine the factors that lead to low intake and support of technological SMME recruitment as opposed to supply and delivery SMME and the benefit thereof. This comparison, it is very critical, colleagues, that with this preliminary result that we have of this study, is that instead of both municipalities adapting in terms of innovation, they rather prefer the supply and delivery SMMEs, which is the challenges of that particular adoration will be highlighted when we continue. So the challenges with this, firstly, is the increase in unemployment rate in the Free State due to a lack of technological innovations and adoption by local government. Therefore, the adoration of supply and delivery SMME results in fraud and mismanagement of funds. So just in simple, colleagues, the number of SMMEs that we have interacted with during this study, instead of them being innovative, coming with digital solutions or any other solution that would assist in efficiency, they don't want that. What they rather do is supply and deliver pens and all those things, which is also contributing to fraud and mismanagement of funds. Then secondly, the challenge of adoration of innovation solutions by senior management. It is again another issue that we've observed, that senior management is not willing to open for innovation. So theoretical foundations, the first one, it is around resilience in public administration. The second one, it is around innovation diffusion and technology adoption models. Lastly, it is SME resilience and innovation capacity. So this, it is where we look whether these innovative SMMEs, are their companies able to be resistant? Are their companies able to be sustainable? So importance of adoration of innovation, of innovative SME programs. The first one, it is around local government being the key enablers for SMME growth. Number two, as it has also been presented earlier, that SMMEs are very, very important, especially in terms of economic growth and also job creation. So enabling tech innovation in local government would look at preparedness of the local municipality. Does Machabe local municipality and Wate, do they have suitable infrastructure that will allow for these innovative ideas? Capacity. Do we have senior management that is willing to budget for the piloting of these solutions? So what is currently happening in Gauteng, of which I'm also, they have what is called Open Innovation, which is a program that is under the Department of Economic Growth. They provide opportunities for SMMEs to pilot their solutions, and the government pays for that. What is stopping us, especially as Mwate and Machabe? We also look at the leadership. Our leadership trained to endorse innovation. Infrastructure I've already spoken to. Lastly, it is around stakeholder engagement. So the benefits of using technology for SMME recruitment, firstly, it is around data conservation, digital tender notifications. All these things are solutions that can primarily be developed by SMMEs. Secondly, we have lowered barriers which technology can reduce paperwork, of which in most instances municipalities cannot function because there is no budget for paper in the 21st century. Then we have capacity building, use of digital platforms that enable training, digital mediated support and mentorship. Lastly, it is transparency and productivity, where we look at how can SMMEs reduce corruption and favoritism when we recruit them using digital platforms. So the impact analysis, it is what we need to do then. It is to look at the number of innovations that we recruit, which will become the metrics that we'll be looking at, number of innovations that we recruit on an annual basis. We measure the survival rate, and we also develop strategies to determine the low uptake, which is currently what we are doing. So in conclusion, SMME recruitment needs to be embedded. Local government can help SMMEs grow, create jobs, and also enhance local economies. Fourthly, the budget should be made available for infrastructure and experimentation for innovative SMMEs. Because what we are afraid of as government, it is to give opportunity to SMMEs to experiment. I don't understand why. Lastly, local government should partner with local universities, e.g., UOFs and CUT, to pilot both master's and PhD researches and establish sustainable SMMEs. Because we do research, we just pack it on the shelves and just deal with the titles, but there is no real impact towards the society. Lastly, the recommendations, the first one is to conduct an innovative readiness or resilience assessment, develop pilot projects with SMMEs, develop or procure digital platforms, invest in capacity building, and lastly, to ensure that we develop policies and regulatory support for this for this SMEs. I thank you. That is the last one.
You take questions, or you doing the third one? The 8. I will take questions at this one. Yeah, this is the last one. Okay.
Thank you very much, Doc, for that presentation. And for the last presentation for this session, which will be looking at the application of artificial intelligence in the allocation of low-cost housing in 2 municipalities within the Free State province. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you, Program Director. So, colleagues, we'll also be looking at this paper that we are looking at. And this paper, what we also looking for, it is to have a master student that will be working and getting real data towards this paper, titled Application of Artificial Intelligence in the Allocation of Low-Cost Housing in 2 municipalities, which is Ngwate and Matjhabeng local municipality. So I'll just quickly skip through the table of contents. So a quick background is that Matjhabeng consists of 6 towns with more than 500 people, while Ngwate consists of approximately more than 134,000 people. So the key challenges that we have in this study, and this study, apologies for that when you see what it is for both municipalities. The key risk that we have detected, the first one, it is having a person or even foreign nationals who are being allocated multiple RDPs without that being found. Data quality, technical capacity, that municipality may lack staff with AI or data science skills or ICT infrastructure capability, financial constraints, governance or political will, which is also an issue, legal or ethical, and community trust. So the purpose of this study is to explore how AI can be applied to improve the allocation of low-cost housing in Matjhabeng and Ngwate, so that processes are fairer, more transparent, efficient, and better aligned with residents' needs. Because in some instances, we found that there are people who applied for houses for like 2002, even though we are aware when we conduct this study that the allocation of this, it is not of the low-cost housing or RDPs, it is not competence of the local government. However, it is within the local government to assist the provincial government and the national government in ensuring that we have fairer and transparent processes that would assist with backlog of houses. Secondly, it is to explore how AI can assist in fraud, in identifying the fraud of low-cost allocations through integration of SARS, this Office, Home Affairs, and SASA datasets. One of the challenges that when we're busy with this study that we've seen is that, especially within the Free State, it is very difficult to get datasets from other government institutions, which it is hindering in the progress of some of the studies of mitigating processes. So what National has already done now, it is providing what is called open data, where they are able to give people data to conduct studies. But within the Free State, this is still a challenge. So now, what is AI and how can AI help in housing allocation? Firstly, it is around predictive demand modeling, where we will be able to forecast future housing demands. Secondly, it is around applicant prioritization score. This talks to the family sizes, the age. It will depend on the data set on what will be looked at. And thirdly, it is around the site selection, where we'll be using GIS. But again, colleagues, what is of paramount importance is that in municipalities, like for instance with Matjhabeng, there is GIS we have, but in terms of using it is another issue. So we can have all these tools, but how do we then capacitate the people who are supposed to work on a daily basis to use these tools optimally? Supply and demand, monitoring and anomaly detection, transparency and accountability. Then some of the examples of AI applications for housing allocation, as I've alluded earlier, it is around predictive modeling in terms of the demands, the ranking, spatial analysis for land, monitoring and anomaly detection, and predictive modeling. So proposed AI solution framework would be looking at the data requirements, would be looking at the model requirements, the fairness, ethics, and governance. And one of the challenging issues with AI, colleagues, it is AI bias. Sorry, it is AI bias, which AI depends on the data set that is being provided. So that is one of the issues that we will be looking at. And what we have done with our previous paper titled Transitioning from Stone Age to Digital Connectivity and Inclusivity Within the 4IR Era, the case study of Machabe Local Municipality. One of our recommendations there is that local government should enforce the use and adoption of digital tools to develop proper governance and accountability mechanisms. So, like I've indicated earlier, that the tools are there, GIS and all those things. But how then do we ensure that the people, the users of these tools, are equipped in terms of using these particular tools? Now, the mitigating strategies, it is around capacity building. How then do we train the staff? How then do we partner with universities? Piloting, stakeholder engagement, funding strategies, ethical frameworks. So expected outcomes and impact. Number one, it is to have a more equitable allocation, to reduce backlog, to improve service delivery, to have cost savings, to restore trust in the people that we serve, which are communities, and to better monitor and report. So last thing that we should look at, it is probably having the KPIs. Because it seems like in government, we just work for the sake of working, but we are not thoroughly enforcing the use of monitoring. So we will look at how do we measure the success in terms of number of new houses that are allocated against the backlog, the time of application, the time from application to allocation, all those things. So in conclusion, AI can bring fairness, efficiency, and transparency, and also help address the backlog in both municipality. And also the success of AI implemented solutions depends on data, capacity, trust, and governance. So what we then recommend, which is the last slide, is how then do we reimagine local government in the 21st century? How then COGTA and SAGA can play a pivotal role in oversight and have a secure buy-in from both provincial and municipal leadership, conduct a daily, a detailed data audit, allocation consulting, development of AI systems for piloting at Velcom and also Paris, monitor, refine and scale, and lastly, to establish public transparency. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. We will then take questions from all the presenters that we have had. Are there any questions from the floor? We have Prof. Oke, one, and Tate, and then the gentleman as well at the back. In the middle, are there any questions? No. On this side. And then we have, so 4 questions for the first round. In that order, please, colleagues.
Mine is not a question, it's just a comment to our presenters from Smart City. I want to say to you that at the university and CUT here, we have a lot of specialization and specialists, that can assist, in realizing some of the challenges that we are having with the Smart City, particularly on renewable energy, on construction, on smart water management, on IT. These are areas that we have a niche that we have built up. I see that you talked about funding as a problem. When it comes to research, we still have some of our researchers that are able to secure funding on their own. So if you have any challenges or problems that you see, bring it to us, let's collaborate so that we can go out there and get it for you and give it back to you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your comments. And so, yes.
3 questions. I just want to check first with Fani. He said that every square meter of the Free State is now under the directive policy of the government. Developing the DPS bypass that links entry from BZN to the Free State. That's the meaning. Is it not a contradiction if you approve it? With the very soon they set up that station very soon, because the DPS pass takes away everything from the entry completely, about 100 kilos away. So for me, I see that there's an imbalance there in terms of economic growth. Then number 2, on Smart City, Dr. Agency. So lately your focus is on digitalizing in Smart City under your recommendations and under your key performance indicators. Is the notion that you include alternative building materials as well as the new methods of construction? And under your recommendations, you also speak of ensure financial reform. You also include there the detection and tracking of revenue leakages. Yes, there are many revenue leakages in municipalities. That is why economically they are not stable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, were you able to get all the questions? All right, I'll take one more from the gentleman at the back.
Okay, thank you very much. For the Lamington gentleman, I saw there's planning that is also part of the electric vehicles and so forth. And what I've listened to, especially with the other presenters that followed you, the issue of data, AI, those type of things, that's very high on the priority. Smart cities and all these type of things. I'm not sure if in your research, maybe this one goes for all 3 of you as well, once I've asked the question, is the building of data centers that belong to government, that's a priority under the Department of Land Reform. I think that should be a priority over the electric vehicles. For me, that sounds like something for the haves, the people that have, not haves, do not have. But the issue of data sovereignty becomes important if you start talking about smart cities. You can't be in an environment putting data everywhere and the data don't belong to you. I think many of you have experienced that when you bring in a company like myself to do stuff for you, implement systems. At the end of the day, when you don't like me anymore, and you want to cut the contract and leave with everything, and you want your data back, I say, pay. But you gave me the data and you paid me to collect it. And I walk over the side. So the issue of data sovereignty needs to become a very important subject for research and also for government. Ownership of data. Data is the new gold. The gentleman spoke here about the miners of gold they are being approved, the beers and so on. The same is going to happen soon with data. We're going to have companies like myself going to be very rich because I'll be charging you for your own data. I'll be mining data from you and I'll be charging you for mining. You understand? So we need to take that seriously because in 2013 I told Minister Karim that when it comes to the development of houses built by government, RDPs, every pipeline of water that goes to that house has had a data line connectivity going right next to it. In 2013, I said that's a human right. We as government needs to own the last mile, at least. No one listened. Where are we now? Everyone is just digging out pathways, messing up our infrastructure, municipalities, private companies like myself. Because us as government didn't take ownership of that when we were doing these parts of things. So now I see in the presentation, you are talking about when you build a road and also the infrastructure as IT. In 2013, no one was listening. Now it's late. So those are the elements I think that I just need to highlight as a private company and also as a citizen of South Africa. To say that we need to start understanding that when Nedbank was talking about SMME involvement, when we talk about triple Ps, I see the conversation still goes on where we're hearing people saying we need to get triple Ps with developers. Microsoft is successful today because they take SMEs very seriously. They put their money there, they use SMEs to do triple Ps. Give Microsoft, talk to me. As a free state, Bloemfontein SME to develop with you and also the economy of that's the mentality that we should. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, let's address these questions and then I'll do another round of questions again.
Thanks. No, Dr. Prof from CUT. Prof. You mentioned that there is funding. I think that's what I got from his comments. But there is assistance that you can get from the university. You have to probably engage outside. I think the other municipalities also took note of your comment in terms of smart city projects and so forth. Another comment, Inshodi, on your first comment is on the omission of construction building. No, it's not deliberate, Inshodi. It's not deliberate, but remember, as we stated, these were just based on our preliminary findings. We still really do our in-depth exploration of available literature in drafting these papers. But indeed, you are correct. Buildings and how they build. I think I did touch on green infrastructure as well. But at a broader level of smart city development, buildings are key and form a part of smart city development. And we'll probably explore that. There's another question as well that I didn't quite get, but I think my colleague did take note of it. I couldn't respond to that. I didn't quite get the second question. Okay,
and the recommendations. You recommended that the municipalities must ensure that there is financial reform. And my question was, in that financial reform, you also include detecting and plugging revenue leakages.
Is that an input? It's not like an input. Therefore, I'll take note of that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. From the gentleman who just spoke about data centers. No, that is, we appreciate your comment. That is very, very pivotal. So what we are doing currently as Machabi local municipality, we have started now developing everything, the system from internet system, metering, everything. However, that doesn't solve the issue of the data sovereignty because we still have the data centers where we have to store that data. But at least from our point of view, we are in the right track, even though we are not yet there, but at least we have started, and with that we appreciate the leadership that has given us that opportunity to say, when we came with this new ideas to say, we no longer want to outsource, we want to build capacity, we want to develop all these systems internally, and we adapt that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rani.
Okay. Let me start with the easy one. Although we've got the entry corridor in there, we cannot condone a road away from Harrismith. We've seen it with Ventersburg, we've seen it with Deelsville and Boshoff died when Sunrail has done that. So those were all pre-Skluma. So Skluma is a good thing and a curse. It depends on where you are. But local interest, if we look at the constitution of this country is easy. Local interest is priority. And I think we can never support, doesn't matter if it's shorter, they must rather build a dry dock in Harrismith, take 30% of the trucks off the N3 and save costs like that. But to kill a town for 20 minutes driving time, I would think that's counterproductive. So I can't. In any case, it's through a national park or protected area. So it's, I think we've got the bases covered. To our private friend there, I've got few hats on. So let me put my GIS practitioner hat on first. If you ever tender for me, just read the fine print because it's government money. Therefore, government data. You will not take my data. I will introduce you to the Spatial Data Infrastructure Act, which we run. And not to make it too long. So yes, I've got 20 servers throughout the country. We're busy establishing that. Got 50 pilots in all provinces. We're busy flying the towns because smart cities is at the very end of a long workflow. You do not get a smart city. You start with 3D mapping, which City of Cape Town is busy doing at the moment, and I have the pleasure to actually sit with them in meetings to see where they go. And from that 3D towns, you move to digital twins, and then you move to smart cities. Now that's not happening anywhere in South Africa, I can tell you without a doubt, because we simply don't have enough data at this point in time. So that's my drone story. I will not go too much into it, but the difference why we're flying with drones, and if you think drones, don't think this little drone. I've got one that takes 1.5 tons, so think bigger. But what we do is we fly with an 80% overlap. And therefore, so you can literally, anyone now can Google National Drone Program. It's open, anybody can see it, and you will see the 3D stuff that we do. So we're busy, so we did in Josefa Matignani, right, to the left of Puno Maria in Limpopo, Vista Park here, Victoria West in the Northern Cape, we did Zweretemba and Worcester and forgot the last, can't remember the last one's name, one of the Western Cape ones. So we're busy doing that, and as national government, the idea is we're going to fly those towns for the Machabengs and Tokologos, not for the City of Cape Towns and so on, because they've got enough money. But the idea is to see, let's see to what extent can we get 3D data. So at the moment, the National Geomatic Institute fly the whole country. On 25 centimeter images, it's free to anybody. If you don't know, it's free. Free State was the most recently flown. It's 2023 data. It's free. You can share it with your friends, anybody. It's really free. And the model is easy. For every rand we spend on giving free spatial data to developers, we generate 90 rand in revenue. That's the studies. So that's one of the services that we do. Now we're just migrating that to say, let's get to 3D data, and hopefully we then can end up with the GIS practitioners and say, okay, now we've built your little town on 3D. Let's now start to add the attributes and the intelligence, and that moves into smart cities. And then the last one is to put a sensor on the roof. And my last comment is 2 weeks back, my pilot was sitting in Soweto. He flew the
drone on the roof on Charlotte Mukeke and Alival's Corner, and the people in Parliament was watching. So we're there. If you think the technology is not here, it's there. And it's all government pilots. Not a single private person was involved. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, colleagues. As I take the final round of questions, I'd also like to please invite the acting HOD, Mr. Kalane, who will then take you through the last session and closing for today before I silently leave the session, as I did mention earlier that I do need to leave just after 4. We'll take the first question from the gentleman in the front. The second question. Are there other questions, colleagues? Okay, let's take those 2 questions and then we'll allow the gentleman to answer.
No, thanks very much. My name is Komane Folan. I come from Sotho. I'm the MC for Community Services. On the issue of the Karoo conference, we are not attending we the inland because the invitation is specific. It says Karoo municipalities, and I have you saying everyone is invited to attend. On the issue of the LED, I heard the doctor saying LED is being treated in municipality like a waste department. Everybody who's not performing will be dumped into LED, and I've got an experience of that. But we have since corrected that. That I was saying, because I believe that it's a cornerstone of every municipality. A municipality, if they are serious about their staff, they must build their income around the LED and ensure that they create investment and enabling environment as a municipality for the investment. So I was saying, why can't then, in the critical, you not coming with maybe proposal to say, can the LED also be regulated, like the post of the CFOs and Section 56, Section 57? I think it can be, the municipality must be sensitized or be made aware of the critical position of the manager for LED. The other one is one of the use of AI to deal with fraud. And I'm saying, you also said people should be capacitated, be trained to, so far as implementation of the AI is concerned. And I'm saying, if they steal the fraud, allocation of houses, and making sure that foreign nationals get the IDP. So, noting that they don't have ID numbers, are they not still going to defraud the AI and manipulate it? What measures can be put into place to make sure that even with the use of AI, they're not going to circumvent all the processes and ultimately still committing fraud insofar as the use of AI is available?
Thank you very much, Ndate. Apologies, colleagues, about that. The person that's going to be doing the closing is Mr. Obakeng Seane, who's the acting CEO for the Free State Gambling and Liquor Authority. Yes, we'll take them. You can come, sir. Then, as he comes up, we will then take the second and last question.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. Coming from my side, as a Free Stater, it feels bad to know that none of our municipalities have a clean audit. And the 2 presentations that you spoke about with regards to IT and AI governance matters could actually play a key role in making sure that we improve and we frog jump all of us. And the project that you are currently busy with, it would be best that it is approached in a framework and maturity model in such that it can be taken and be deployed to other municipalities without starting afresh. And this is a proposal that I just wish to put on the table for that regard. Thank you very much.
Apparently, good afternoon. I'm the new program director before I do vote of things. So I'll ask for a salary increase. Gentlemen, please respond.
Yeah, program director. I think MMC is correct. You raise a very important point in terms of LED. Raise a very important point in terms of LED regulation. And I think if really we are to take serious economic development within our local municipalities in the future, we need to perhaps start traveling towards that direction. You have in your municipalities managers for town planning, those positions are regulated, and I think even when you talk of human settlements, we have to start going towards that direction, particularly positions that talk to service delivery and direct impact to society. So I really concur with that. But in terms of the LED position, I think just here as well might have something to say on that. I don't want to be political, but when you look at a number of manifestos of political parties, they all talk to economic development. And then you have an economic development manager that is sitting and is not carrying the required skills that talk to economic development. It's a very key position. So I agree with you. Thanks.
On my side, I agree with what you are saying, that hence when we started initiating this study, we used sample of 2 municipalities, but I agree with you. What you also raised, Councillor, it is something that we are also looking at, because AI, like I've indicated in my presentation, that AI bias and getting ethical AI, they are of paramount importance. Then what we are looking at it is that despite us trying the digital way of reducing this fraud, also the councillors or the non-digital aspects should be in place. That if you're a councillor and you know that in my street there are 10 people in the street, and you know that 5 of them are non-South Africans, then you have to ask how then did this person manage to get that RDP. So we should not work in isolation. We should work as one. Yes.
I need to say something on AI. Our department got Microsoft on board and gave Copilot to every employee. Our data, our email, everything is run by Microsoft. You should not run away from AI. It's like, you know, the guy on the horse and he see the car going past and he thought, I'll never buy a car, I'll stay on my horse. AI is here. You must get off the horse and get onto that thing. We fly informal settlements and we count 50,000 units in an hour with GIS points through AI. You must just get comfortable, understand it, run towards it, just don't run away, but responsible.
All right, thank you very much. As a program director, maybe I'll now hand over to Mr. Obakeng Sisiane, who's the acting chief executive, to do the closing remarks. Colleagues, good afternoon. I wasn't supposed to stand here. I'm standing on behalf of the HOD, but then because I saw that maybe everybody's sleeping, is the graveyard shift, and my principals is not here, then there's no problem. I can do this. So bear with me, because I'll be reading from the message from the HOD. I think I'll speak on 4 points. Point number 1 is relating to the acknowledgement and gratitude to our Honorable MEC, to our Honorable Premier, our MECs, our VC and the CUT at large, esteemed guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's important to express a heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made today a success. I think to the gentlemen that sat here, to all the attendees, the researchers, your insights, questions, and contributions, I think they've truly enriched this experience. Thank you for your dedication to advancing knowledge and fostering meaningful discussions. So on second point now, when we reflect on the first day of the colloquium, I think today it has been a testament to the power and curiosity of collaboration. The diverse range of presentations have not only showcased innovation, but also reminded us of the importance of continuous learning and critical thinking in addressing the economic challenges that we are facing. So at least from today, because I saw there were many doctors here, I must also have those aspirations, you see. So this knowledge sharing will go a long way in deepening the understanding of how to devise and implement effective fiscal policy that will place the province economically on a sustainable growth path. This colloquium strives to develop economic research culture that is rooted in data, my good sir, data-driven and evidence-based approaches, discuss the challenges and explore research-driven solutions that can bring about the sustainable economic development and growth in our province. The day provided, I think, safe, meaningful engagements. We can all attest to that we were able to speak freely without being judged, so that we can share our experiences, knowledge, research, and practices within the primary objective of delineating the uncertainties surrounding data collection, representing research findings and above and beyond researchers' experience, and provide the platform for the researcher to share gained experiences and knowledge. So at least I think all of us, when we leave here, will know that why research is important, because it's based on what's being presented. And then now the third point, what we call to action, is let us carry forward these ideas and inspiration shared for the inclusive economic recovery and long-term growth in the province. May this colloquium serve as a catalyst for further exploration, partnership, and impactful work. Together we can continue to push the boundaries of what is possible in our respective fields. On a closing note, once again, thank you for your time, even though it's after 4. Energy and passion. Let us stay connected and keep the dialogue alive and strive to make a difference through our research. Have a blessed evening. Let us meet tomorrow, same time, with more energy. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare today's session officially closed. Thank you very much.
That was my last. I'll go on next year.